Soul of the Fire by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 345.
You did?
Zed squinted at the words.
Fuere Albans.
He looked up into her excited eyes.
Vedetta, do you really know what Fuere Albans means? Or do you just think you might?
She frowned with seriousness.
I really don't know. I quite by chance came across a place in another book called Tinder Dominion, where it mentions the same words and uses both versions. It was about some...
So you deciphered the words. What do they mean?
She put her mouth close to his ear.
The ovens.
Zed turned his head and looked into her dark eyes.
The ovens?
She nodded.
The ovens.
He frowned.
Any idea what that means?
Vedetta snapped closed the little black journey book.
Sorry, but I don't.
She straightened.
It's getting late, Reuben. The guards said that after I showed you this, they want to close the library.
Zed didn't try to hide his disappointment.
Of course. Everyone will want to go home and get some dinner and sleep.
But you can come back tomorrow, Reuben. I'd love to help you some more tomorrow.
Zed was stroking his lip as his mind raced, going over every scrap of information he had learned and trying to think if any of it would be of any use at all. It didn't seem so.
What?
He looked up at her.
What was that?
I said, I hope you will come back tomorrow. I'd love to help you again.
She smiled in her shy way.
You're more of a challenge than most who come in here. Few people care to research such ancient books as do you. I think that's a shame. People nowadays don't respect the knowledge of the past.
No, they don't, he said in all seriousness. I'd love to return tomorrow, Vedetta.
Her face went red again.
Perhaps, if you'd like, you could come back to my apartment and I could fix you something to eat.
Zed smiled.
I would love that, Vedetta, and you truly are a kind lady, but it wouldn't be possible. I'm with Franca. She's my hostess, and we must get back to Fairfield and discuss all our research. My project, you know. The law.
Her wrinkles sagged.
I understand. Well, I hope to see you tomorrow.
Zed caught her sleeve as she started to turn away.
Vedetta, perhaps tomorrow I could take you up on your offer? If it would be open for tomorrow, that is.
Her beaming smile reappeared.
Why, yes. Tomorrow would be better, actually. I would have a chance to... Well, tomorrow would be fine. My daughter will be gone tomorrow evening, I'm sure, and we could have a lovely dinner, just the two of us. My husband died 6 years ago, she added as she fussed with her collar. A fine man.
I'm sure he was.
Zed stood and bowed deeply.
Tomorrow it is, then.
He held up a finger.
And thank you for showing me the special book from the vault. I was most honored.
She turned and started off, taking a big smile with her.
Good night, Reuben.
He waggled his fingers in a wave while giving her a wide grin. As soon as he saw her vanish into the vault, Zed turned and gestured to Franca.
Let's go.
Franca closed her books and came around the table. Zed offered his arm as they ascended the grand staircase together. The oak railing, nearly a foot across and sculpted in an exquisite profile, reflected the points of lamplight from the lamps flanking the stairwell.
Any luck?
She whispered when they were out of earshot of the others. Zed checked over his shoulder to make sure none of the people who had shown interest in the two of them were closing in behind. There were at least 3 people Zed found suspicious, but they were too far back cleaning up their papers and putting away books to hear, unless they were gifted. Since magic didn't work, he didn't need fear that. A small convenience of magic's failure.
No,
Zed said with resignation.
I didn't see anything of any use at all.
What was that little book she brought out of the vaults? The one she wouldn't let you hold?
Zed waved a hand.
Nothing of any use. It was in Hyde Haran.
He looked over out of the corner of his eye.
Unless you know Hyde Haran?
No, I've only seen it a couple of times in my life.
Zed sighed.
The woman knew the meaning of only 2 words out of the entire book. The ovens.
Franca halted on the stairs. They were near the top.
The ovens?
Zed frowned.
Do you know what that means?
Franca nodded.
It's a place. Not many people but the gifted would know it. My mother took me there once.
What is it? What kind of place?
Franca squinted off into her memories.
Well, it's an abnormally hot place, a cave. You can feel the power, the magic in that hot cave, but there's nothing there.
I don't understand.
Franca shrugged. Neither do I. There's nothing there, but it's a strange place that only the gifted would appreciate. It just gives you a kind of, I don't know, kind of a thrill of power running through you just to stand in there, in the ovens. But those without the gift can't feel anything.
She checked the others to make sure they weren't listening.
It's a place we don't tell people about. A secret place, just for the gifted. Since we don't know what's in there, we keep it secret.
I need to go see this place. Can we go now?
It's way up in the mountains, several days away. If you want, we can leave in the morning.
Zed thought it over.
No, I think I would prefer to go alone.
Franca seemed hurt, but if it was what he thought it might be, he didn't want her anywhere near it. Besides, he didn't really know this woman, and he wasn't sure he could trust her.
Look, Franca, it could be dangerous, and I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to you. You've already given me selflessly of your time and trouble, and risked enough.
That seemed to make her feel better.
I guess someone will have to tell Vedetta you won't be able to make dinner tomorrow. She will be disappointed, Franca smiled. I know I would be, were I her.
Chapter 48. Zed grunted with the weight as he slid the saddle off Spider. He was getting too old for this sort of thing, he decided. He smiled at the irony. He flopped the saddle down over a log to keep it off the ground. Spider happily surrendered the rest of the tack, which Zed laid over the top of the saddle. He covered it all with the saddle blanket. The log with the gear lay against the trunk of an old spruce, so it was out of the weather to an extent anyway. He stacked pine boughs over the tack, leaning them up against the spruce's trunk, interlocking them, to keep the gear dry as best he could. The drizzle would soon turn to rain, he had no doubt. Spider, free of duty, cropped grass nearby, but kept an eye and an ear to him. It had been a hard 4-day ride across the Drun River and up into the mountains. Harder on him than on the horse. The horse wasn't old. Zed, seeing that Spider was happily engaged, turned to his own business. A small stand of a half-dozen spruce screened the view of his destination. He walked quickly along the quiet shore to skirt the trees. Once beyond them, he stepped onto a thumb of rock jutting out, almost as if it were set there as a podium. Hands on hips, Zed looked out over the lake. It was a beguiling spot. Behind him, the thick forest stopped well short of the lake, as if afraid to approach too close, leaving the lone, level and gentle access, but for the few brave spruce, empty of trees. The peninsula was covered here and there with brush, but mostly it held thick tufts of grasses. Small blue and pink wildflowers cavorted among the grass. Sheer rock walls rose up around the rest of the deep mountain lake. If the isolated and remote stretch of water had a name, he didn't know it. There was no practical way to reach it but this one shore. Across and to the left, the jagged mountains with a sloping field in their lap rose up ever higher into the distance, providing little opportunity for much more than scraggly trees here and there to set down tenacious roots. To the right, dark stone cliffs obscured the view beyond, but he knew that past them were more mountains yet. On the other side of the lake, a waterfall cascaded over the edge of a prominent jutting wall of rock. Before him, the calm lake reflected the tranquil scene. The icy waters tumbling into the lake came from the highlands, from the vast lake higher up in the bleak wasteland, where the wharfer birds alone watched. These were part of the headwaters of the Damar River, which in turn flowed into the Drun. This cold water, coming from a place of death, would meander down into the Narif Valley below and give life. Behind the waterfall were the ovens. In the rock wall behind that tumbling water, 3,000 years before, through a gateway to the underworld, the chimes had once been entombed. And now they were free. There they awaited their soul. At the very thought, Zed could feel gooseflesh like 1,000 spiders on his legs. He tried again, as he had countless times, to call his gift of magic. He tried his best to convince himself that this time it would come. He spread his arms, lifting them palms up toward the sky as he labored to cajole forth magic. The placid lake saw no magic from him. The mountains waited and were silent in his failure. Zed, feeling very alone, very old, let out a chesty sigh. He had imagined it 1,000 different ways, but he had never imagined this would be how he died. This was why he couldn't let Richard know it was the chimes themselves that were loose. Richard would not have accepted what Zed intended, what Zed knew he must do. Turning his mind away from the smothering melancholy, he surveyed the lake. He had to keep his mind on what he was doing, or he could easily fail and his sacrifice would be for naught. If he was going to do this, he intended to do it right. There was satisfaction to be derived in a job well done, even a job such as this one. As he studied the scene with an experienced eye, what at first looked to be peaceful waters now revealed more. The water was alive with things unseen, moving in lurking currents, seething with dark intent. The water was alive with the chimes of death. Zed looked back to the waterfall. He could make out just beyond it the dark maw of the cave. He had to get there, across the water churning with chimes.
Centrosi!
Zed opened his arms.
I have come to freely offer the soul you seek. My soul. What is mine, I surrender to you.
Flames boiled out around the column of water, swallowing it in great gouts of fire that roared forth, rolling and tumbling out of the place called the ovens. The fire turned the surface of the lake orange, with reflections of its heat. For a moment, the waterfall was rendered steam. Inky black smoke billowed up with the white steam, tangling together in a sinister pillar that marked the maw of death. A clear chime rang out, reverberating through the mountains. Centrosi had answered. The answer was yes.
Richani,
he called to the water before him.
Vasi,
he called to the air about him.
Let me pass, for I have come to surrender my soul to you all.
The water swirled and turned, as if schooling fish gathered at the shore before him. More, though, the water itself seemed alive, eager, hungry. Zed guessed it was. The air felt thick around him, pressing in, urging him forward. The water rose up and curled in a gesturing motion toward the ovens. The air buzzed with chimes, countless separate bells that together created one crystalline sound. The air smelled as if it were burnt. Since it had already started to rain, Zed didn't see that it really mattered if he got any wetter. He stepped out into the water. Rather than having the swim he expected, he found the surface solid enough to hold him, almost like ice, except it moved. Ripples radiated out from his footstep, touching and retreating, as if it were no more than a mere puddle he splashed through. Each step he took found support. It was the support of the chimes, of Richani, bearing him to his doom, to their queen. Vasi, the chimes of the air, escorted him, a robe of death all around. Zed could feel the touch of the underworld in the air. He could feel the damp death at his feet. He knew each step might be his last. He remembered Junie, the Mud People hunter who had drowned. Zed wondered if Junie had felt the peace he sought, the peace he had been offered before he died. Knowing the purpose of the chimes, Zed strongly suspected that after tempting with tantalizing tranquility and before they extracted the life, they delivered their terror. Before he reached the waterfall, something unseen pierced the watery column. Intangible hands split the waterfall in two, leaving an opening in the middle where he might pass into the cave beyond. Centrosi, the fire, preferred him reasonably dry, he supposed. Stepping onto the opening in the rock, before going through into the cave, he heard Spider let out a snort of censure. Zed turned. The horse stood at the bank, feet spread, muscles tense. Her ears were pinned back, her eyes aglare, her tail whipped from side to side, slapping her flanks.
It's all right, Spider,
Zed called back to the agitated animal.
I give you your freedom.
Zed smiled.
If I don't come back, enjoy your life, my friend. Enjoy your life.
Spider released a drawn-out, angry squeal. Zed gave her a last wave, and the squeal became a deep bellow. Zed turned and stepped beyond the tumbling water into the darkness. The curtain of the waterfall closed behind him. He didn't hesitate. He intended to give the chimes what they wanted, a soul. If he could do it in a way that would preserve his life in the process, he would. But without his magic, he had little hope of accomplishing such a thing as he intended, and at the same time remaining whole. Being first wizard, he had some knowledge of the problem in hand. The chimes needed a soul to stay in the world of life. That was the manner in which they had been conjured forth. More than that, they needed a specific soul, the one promised. Beings from the underworld, and soulless beings at that, would have limitations to their understanding of the concept of what it would be to have a soul, or the nature of the soul they were promised. Naturally, there were certain intrinsic precepts that applied, but beyond that, the chimes were in what was to them an alien world. His only hope was that ignorance. Since Zed was so closely related to Richard, and Richard's life had been passed down through Zed, their souls shared ethereal bonds and connections. Just as in body, their souls were related. In much the way they shared some things, the shape of their mouth, for instance, their souls shared characteristics. Even so, each of them was a unique individual, and therein lay the danger. His hope was that the chimes would mistake his as the soul they needed, take his as the soul they needed, and, it ultimately being the wrong one, choke on it, so to speak. It was Zed's only hope. He knew no other way to stop the chimes. With each passing day, the threat to the world of life grew more grave. Every day people died. Every day magic grew weaker. As much as he wished to live, he could think of no other way but to forfeit his life to stop the chimes, now, before it was too late. When they opened themselves to the soul they were pledged, and they were thus vulnerable, he hoped his soul would ruin the flow of the spell through which they entered this world. Given that he was a wizard, it was no wild hope. It was, in fact, a reasoned approach. Dubious, but reasoned. Zed knew that at the least, such a thing as he planned would disrupt the spell to some extent. Rather like shooting an arrow at an animal meant to kill, but if off target, wounding at least. What he didn't know was what it would do to him. Zed had no delusions, though. He reasonably expected that what he did, if it didn't strip his soul from him, and in so doing kill him, would anger the chimes, and they would extract their vengeance. Zed smiled. The balance to it was that he would at last again see his beloved Arelyn in the spirit world, where he knew her soul waited for him. Inside, the heat was oppressive. The walls were slowly rolling, tumbling, turning, twisting, liquid fire. He was in the beast. In the center of the pulsing cave, Sintrosi, the queen of fire, turned her lethal gaze on him. Tongues of flame tasted the air around him. She smiled, a whirl of yellow flame. One last time, Zed made a futile attempt to call his magic. Sintrosi rushed toward him with frightening speed, frightening need. Zed felt searing pain through every nerve as unimaginable agony seized his very soul. The world ignited. His scream exploded as a deafening chime. Richard cried out. The pain of the ripping, ringing chime felt as if it splintered his skull. He was only dimly aware of things around him as he tumbled back over the flanks of his horse. The pain of crashing to the ground was a pleasant diversion from the overpowering toll overwhelming his control and driving his scream. He held his head as he curled into a ball in the road, crying uncontrollably with the hurt. The world was fiery agony. All around, people leaped from horses, shrieking orders. Richard could only perceive them as blurry shapes darting about. He couldn't comprehend the words. He couldn't recognize anyone. He couldn't understand anything but the pain. He could do nothing more than maintain his thread of connection to consciousness, to life, as he struggled against the merciless torrent of agony. That he had passed the test of pain, lived through it, as must all who would be wizards, was the only thing that kept him alive. Without the lessons learned, he would already be dead. He was alone in a private inferno. He didn't know how long he could maintain his hold on life. Everything seemed to have gone crazy at once. Beata tore across the grassy ground, running for all she was worth. Terror rampaged through her. Turner's scream had stopped. It had been horrifying while it lasted, but it had only lasted seconds. "Stop!" Beata shrieked with all the power in her lungs. "Stop! Are you crazy? Stop!" The air still reverberated with the sound of the Dominie dirge. The low-pitched knell lifted dust from the grass so that it looked like the ground all around was smoking. It trembled and rolled dirt into little balls. It toppled a little lone tree the last squad had planted. It made the whole world vibrate with a ghastly drone. Tears streamed down Beata's cheeks as she raced across the field, shrieking for them to stop ringing the bell. Turner had been out front, scouting on regular patrol to make sure the area before the Dominie dirge was clear. His scream had ended mere seconds after the Dominie dirge had been rung, but its pain and horror still echoed inside her head. It was a cry she knew she would never be able to forget as long as she lived. "Stop!" she yelled as she snatched the railing to spin herself around onto the stairs. "Stop!" she cried again as she raced up the steps. Beata burst onto the platform, fists raised, ready to pummel the fool who'd rung the Dominie dirge. Beata halted, panting madly, looking about. Emmeline stood frozen in wide-eyed shock. Bryce, too, seemed out of his senses. He just stared at her in frozen panic. The long striker, used to ring the Dominie dirge, still stood in its holder. Neither of the two up on the platform was even near it. Neither had used the wooden striker to unleash the deadly weapon. "What did you do?" she screamed at them. "What did you do to ring it? Have you gone mad?" She glanced over her shoulder to the bony pile of gore that had moments before been Turner. Beata thrust out her arm, pointing. "You killed him! Why would you do it? What's wrong with you?" Emmeline slowly shook her head. "I've not moved a step from this spot." Bryce was beginning to tremble. "Me neither. Sergeant, we never rang the thing, I swear. We weren't even near it. Neither of us was near it. We didn't do it." In the silence as she stared at them, Beata realized she heard distant screams. She looked off across the plains to the next Dominie dirge. She could just make out people over there running around as if the world had gone insane. She spun and peered in the opposite direction. It was the same, people screaming, running around. Beata shielded her eyes from the sun and squinted into the distance. There were the remains of 2 soldiers out in front of their weapon. Estelle Ruffin and Corporal Marie Falvel reached what was left of Turner. Estelle, holding fistfuls of her hair, started screaming. Marie turned and started retching. It was the way she was trained. It was the way things were done. They said it had been done that way for millennia. Each squad from each Dominie dirge sent a patrol out at the same time to scout the area. That way, if there was anything or anyone sneaking around out there, it couldn't simply evade one soldier and hide elsewhere. It wasn't just hers. Every Dominie dirge down the line had rung of its own accord. Kaylin clutched at Richard's shirt. He was still out of his senses with pain. She couldn't get him out of the ball he had rolled into. She didn't know what exactly was going on, but she feared she knew. He was obviously in mortal danger of some sort. She'd heard him cry out. She saw him tumble off his horse and hit the ground. She just didn't know why. Her first thought was that it was an arrow. She had been terrified it was an arrow from an assassin, and it had killed him. But she could see no blood. Her emotions walled off. She had searched for blood, but on her rapid initial inspection had found none. Kaylin glanced up as 1,000 Daharan soldiers spread out around them. The first instant, when Richard screamed and fell from his horse, without orders from her, they had gone into action. Swords cleared scabbards in a blink. Axes came off belt hangers into ready fists. Lances were leveled. In the perimeter around them, men had flipped a leg over their horses' necks and leaped to the ground, ready to fight, weapons all ready to hand. Other men, closing ranks, formed the next circle of protection, turned their horses outward, ready to charge. Still more, the outer fringe of crack troops had rushed off to find the assailants and clear the area of any enemy. Kaylin had been around armies her entire life and knew about fighting troops. She knew by the way they reacted that these men were as good as they came. She hadn't needed to issue any orders. They executed every defensive maneuver she would have expected, and did them faster than she could have shouted the commands. Above her and Richard, the Baka Tau Mana blade masters formed a tight circle, swords out and at the ready. Whatever the attack was, arrow or dart or something else, Kaelin couldn't imagine the people protecting them allowing another chance at their Lord Rahl. If nothing else, there were now too many men suddenly layered around for an arrow to make it through. Kaelin, somewhat stunned by the sudden confusion, felt a flutter of worry that Kara would be angry they let harm come to Richard. Kaelin, after all, had promised to let no harm come to him. As if a promise to Kara was required. Du Shailu pushed her way between her blade masters to squat down on the other side of Richard. She had a waterskin and cloth to dress a wound. "Have you found the injury?" "No," Kaelin said as she picked around on him. She pressed a hand to the side of Richard's face. It reminded her of when he'd had the plague, out of his mind with fever and not knowing where he was. He couldn't have been stricken with sickness, not the way he cried out and fell from his horse, but he did feel as if he was burning up with fever. Du Shailu dabbed a wet cloth against Richard's face. Kaelin saw that Du Shailu's own face was creased in worry. Kaelin continued her examination of Richard, trying to see if he had been hit by some sort of dart, or perhaps a bolt from a crossbow. He was trembling, almost in convulsions. She searched frantically, pulling him onto his side to check his back, trying to find what was hurting him. She concentrated on her job and tried not to think of how worried she was, lest shock take her. Du Shailu stroked Richard's face when Kaelin eased him onto his back, seeming to discount the need to look for a wound. The spirit woman bent forward, cooing softly in a chant with words Kaelin didn't understand. "I can't find anything," Kaelin said at last in exasperation. "You won't," Du Shailu answered distantly. "Why's that?" The Baka Tau Mana spirit woman murmured fond words to Richard. Even if Kaelin couldn't understand their literal meaning, she understood the emotion behind them. "It is not a wound of this world," Du Shailu said. Kaelin glanced about at the soldiers ringing them. She put her hands protectively on Richard's chest. "What does that mean?" Du Shailu pushed Kaelin's hands gently away. "It is a wound of the spirit, the soul. Let me tend to him." Kaelin pressed her own hand tenderly to Richard's face. "How do you know that?" "You don't know that. How could you know?" "I am a spirit woman. I recognize such things." "Just because... Did you find a wound?" Kaelin remained silent for a moment, reconsidering her own feelings. "Do you know what we can do to help him?" "This is something beyond your ability to help." Du Shailu bowed her head of dark hair as she pressed her hands to Richard's chest. "Leave me to it," Du Shailu murmured, "or our husband will die." Kaelin sat back on her heels and watched as the Baka Tau Mana spirit woman, head bowed and hands on Richard, closed her eyes as if going into a trance of some sort. Words whispered forth, meant for herself perhaps, but not for others. She trembled, her arms shook. Du Shailu's face contorted in pain. Suddenly she fell back, breaking the connection. Kaelin caught her arm lest she topple. "Are you all right?" Du Shailu nodded. "My power, it worked. It was back." Kaelin looked from the woman to Richard. He seemed calmer. "What did you do? What happened?" "Something was trying to take his spirit. I used my ability to annul such power, and kept the hands of death from him." "Your power is back?" Kaelin was dubious. "But how could that be?" Du Shailu shook her head. "I don't know. It returned when the Kaharin cried out and fell from his horse. I knew because I could again feel my bond to him." "Maybe the chimes have fled back to the underworld." Again Du Shailu shook her head. "Whatever it was, it is passing. My power fades again." She stared off a moment. "It is again gone. It was only there long enough to help him." Du Shailu issued quiet orders for her men to stand down, that it was over. Kaelin wasn't convinced. She glanced again to Richard. It did look like he was calming. His breathing was evening out. His eyes abruptly opened. He squinted at the light. Du Shailu leaned over him and pressed the wet cloth to his forehead, dabbing off the sweat. "You are all right now, my husband," she said. "Du Shailu," he muttered, "how many times do I have to tell you I'm not your husband? You are misinterpreting old laws." Du Shailu smiled up at Kaelin. "See, he is better." "Thank the good spirits you were here, Du Shailu," Kaelin whispered. Tell him that when he again complains, I should leave him." Kaelin couldn't help smiling at Richard's frustration with Du Chaillu, and with her blessed relief that he was indeed better. Tears now suddenly tried to burst forth, but she banished them.
Richard, are you all right? What happened? What made you fall from your horse?
Richard tried to sit up, but Kaelin and Du Chaillu both pushed him back down. "Both your wives say to rest for a time," Du Chaillu said. Richard stopped trying to get up. His gray eyes turned to Kaelin. She clutched his arm, again silently thanking the good spirits. "I'm not sure what happened," he finally said. "It was like this sound, like a deafening bell, exploded in my head. The pain was like—" His face lost some of its color. "I don't know how to explain it. I've never felt anything like it before." He sat up, this time brushing their restraining hands aside. "I'm all right now. Whatever it was, it's gone. It has passed." "I'm not so sure," Kaelin said. "I am," he said. He looked haunted. "It was like something tearing at my very soul." "It didn't get it," Du Chaillu said. "It tried, but it didn't get it." She was dead serious. Kaelin believed her. Hide twitching, the horse stood motionless, her hooves rooted to the grassy ground. Her instinct demanded she run. Ripples of panic quivered through her flesh, but she remained unmoving. The man was beyond the falling water, in the dark hole. She didn't like holes. No horse did. He had screamed. The ground had shaken. That had been a long time ago. She hadn't moved since then. Now it was silent. The horse knew, though, that her friend still lived. She let out a long, low bellow. He still lived, but he didn't come out. The horse was alone. There was no worse thing for a horse than being alone. Chapter 49. Anne opened her eyes. She was surprised, in the dim light, to see a face she had not seen for months. Not since she was still the prelate, back at the Palace of the Prophets in Tanamura, in the Old World. The middle-aged sister was watching her. Middle-aged, Anne amended, if you considered 500 and a few years old to be middle-aged. "Sister Alessandra?" Forming the words aloud hurt. Her lip was not healing well. Her jaw still didn't work too well. Anne didn't know if it was broken. If it was, there was nothing for it. It would have to heal as it would. There was no magic to do it for her. "Prelate," the woman greeted in an aloof tone. She used to have a long braid, Anne recalled. A long braid she always looped around and pinned to the back of her head. Now her graying brown hair was chopped off and hung loose, not quite touching her shoulders. Anne thought it better balanced her somewhat prominent nose. "I brought you something to eat, Prelate, if you feel up to it." "Why? Why did you bring me something to eat?" "His Excellency wanted you fed." "Why you?" The woman smiled just a little. "You dislike me, Prelate?" Anne did her best to glare. The way her face was swollen, she wasn't sure she was doing a good job of it. "As a matter of fact, Sister Alessandra, I love you as I love all the Creator's children. I simply abhor your actions, that you have sworn your soul to the Nameless One, Keeper of the Underworld." Sister Alessandra's smile grew a little wider. "So, you can still care about a woman who is a sister of the dark." Anne turned her face away, even though the steaming bowl did smell savory. She didn't want to talk to the fallen sister. In her chains, Anne couldn't feed herself. She unconditionally refused to accept food from the sisters who had lied to her and betrayed her rather than have their freedom. Up until now, soldiers fed her. They disliked the duty. Their distaste for feeding an old woman had apparently resulted in Sister Alessandra's appearance. Sister Alessandra lifted a spoonful of soup to Anne's mouth. "Here, have some of this. I made it myself." "Why?" "Because I thought you might like it." "Getting bored, sister, pulling the legs off ants?" My, Prelate, but don't you have the memory? I haven't done that since I was a child, first come to the Palace of the Prophets. As I recall, you were the one who convinced me to stop doing that, recognizing I was unhappy to leave my home. Here now, have a taste. Please?" Anne was sincerely surprised to hear the woman say, "Please." She opened her mouth for the spoon. Eating hurt, but not eating was making her weak. She could have refused to eat, or done something else to get herself killed, she supposed. But she did have a mission, and therefore a reason to live. "Not bad, Sister Alessandra. Not bad at all." Sister Alessandra smiled with what looked to be pride. "I told you so. Here, have some more." Anne ate slowly, trying to gently chew the soft vegetables so as not to further hurt her jaw. She simply swallowed the tough chunks of meat, not even bothering to mash them flat, lest she undo whatever healing her jaw was managing to do. "Your lip looks like it's going to be scarred." "My lovers will be disappointed my beauty is marred." Sister Alessandra laughed. Not a harsh or cynical laugh, but a lilting laugh of true amusement. "You always could make me laugh, Prelate." "Yes," Anne said with venom. "That was why I for so long failed to realize you had joined the side of evil. I thought my little Alessandra, my happy little Alessandra, would not be drawn to the heart of wickedness. I so believed you loved the light." Sister Alessandra's smile withered. "I did, Prelate." "Bah!" Anne scoffed. "You only loved yourself." The woman stirred the soup for a time, and finally brought up another spoonful. "Perhaps you are right, Prelate. You usually were." Anne carefully chewed the lumps in the soup as she surveyed the grimy little tent. She had caused such a ruckus being with the Sisters of the Light that Jagang apparently had ordered her to be housed in her own small tent. Each night a long steel pin was driven into the ground and she was chained to it. The tent was erected around her. In the day, when they prepared to move out, she was thrown in a rough wooden box, latched with a hasp held tight with a pin or lock of some sort. She wasn't sure, since she was always inside the box when they put it on and took it off. The box, with her in it, was then loaded on an enclosed wagon without windows or ventilation. She knew because she peeked out the crack where the lid of her box didn't fit well. After they stopped for the night, they eventually took her out, and one of the sisters escorted her to the latrine before they staked her to the ground and put up her tent. If need took her in the day, she had little choice as to what to do about it. It was either wait or don't. Occasionally they didn't bother with the tent and simply left her chained to the stake like a dog. Anne had come to like her little tent, and was pleased when it was erected around her. It was her private sanctuary, where she could stretch her cramped legs and arms, lie down, and pray. Anne swallowed the mouthful of soup. "So did Jagang say you were to do more to me than feed me? Perhaps rough me up for his amusement, or yours?" "No," Sister Alessandra sighed. "Just feed you. From what I gather, he hasn't decided what to do with you. But in the meantime, he wants you kept alive so you might be of value to him one day." Anne watched the woman stir the bowl of soup. "He can't get in your mind, you know. Not now." Sister Alessandra looked up. "What makes you think that?" "The chimes are loose." The spoon stilled. "So I've heard." The spoon again started circling. "Rumors, that's all it is." Anne squirmed, trying to get more comfortable on the rough ground. It seemed to her that with all her natural padding, she shouldn't be so troubled by lumps on the ground. "I wish it were only rumors. Why do you think your magic doesn't work?" "But it does." "I mean your additive magic." The woman's brown eyes turned down. "Well, I guess I've not really tried to use it, that's all. If I were to try, it would work, I've no doubt." "Try, then. You'll see I'm right." She shook her head. "His Excellency does not permit it, unless he specifically requests it. It is unwise to do other than His Excellency says to do." Anne leaned toward the woman. "Alessandra, the chimes are loose. Magic has failed. For creation's sake, why do you think I'm in this predicament? If I could use magic, don't you think I would have caused just a little trouble when I was captured? Use your head, Alessandra. You're not stupid. Don't act it." If there was one thing about Alessandra, she wasn't stupid. How a smart woman could fall prey to the keeper's promises, Anne didn't know. She guessed lies could fool even smart people. Anne avoided using the appellation sister, not only because it was a term of respect, but because it seemed a way of speaking more directly, more intimately to a woman Anne had known and liked for half a millennium. Using the title sister seemed only to invoke her connection to the Sisters of the Dark.
Alessandra, Jagang can't get into your head. His power as a dreamwalker has failed, just the same as my power has failed.
Sister Alessandra watched without evident emotion. Perhaps his power works in conjunction with, or even through, ours, and he could still get into the minds of the Sisters of the Dark.
Bah! Now you're thinking like a slave. Go away if you're going to think like a slave, like the Sisters of the Light, I'm ashamed to say.
The woman seemed reluctant either to leave or to end the discussion.
I don't believe you. Jagang is all-powerful. He must surely be watching now, through my eyes as we speak, and I simply don't know it.
Anne was forced to take the spoonful of soup when it unexpectedly swooped toward her mouth. She chewed slowly as she studied the woman's face.
You could come back to the light, Alessandra.
What? The instantaneous flash of anger in the woman's eyes melted to amusement. Prelate, you have gone loony.
Have I?
Sister Alessandra pressed another spoonful to Anne's lips.
Yes. I am sworn to my master of the underworld. I serve the Keeper. Eat now.
Before Anne could swallow, another spoonful came at her. She ate a half-dozen more before she could get a word out.
Alessandra, the Creator would forgive you. The Creator is all-loving and all-forgiving. He would take you back. You could come back to the light. Wouldn't you like to return to the Creator's loving embrace?
Unexpectedly, Sister Alessandra backhanded her. Anne toppled to her side. The woman hovered, glowering.
The Keeper is my master. You will not speak blasphemy. His Excellency is my master in this world. In the next, I am sworn to the Keeper. I will not listen to you profane my oath to my master. Do you hear?
Anne feared that what healing her jaw had done had now been undone. It hurt something awful. Her eyes watered. Sister Alessandra finally seized Anne's filthy dress at the shoulder and hauled her up straight.
I will not have you saying such things, do you hear?
Anne kept silent, fearing to elicit another angry outburst. Apparently the subject was as sore as Anne's jaw. Sister Alessandra picked up the bowl of soup.
There isn't much left, but you should finish it.
Alessandra stared down at the bowl as if watching the spoon stirring around in it. She cleared her throat.
Sorry I hit you.
Anne nodded.
I forgive you, Alessandra.
The woman's eyes, no longer filled with anger, turned up.
I do, Alessandra,
Anne whispered sincerely, wondering at the terrible emotions struggling within her former disciple. The eyes turned down again.
There is nothing to forgive. I am what I am, and nothing will change it. You've no idea of the things I've done to become a Sister of the Dark.
She looked up with a distant expression.
You've no idea of the power I was granted in return. You can't imagine, Prelate.
Anne almost asked her what good it did her, but held her tongue and finished the soup in silence. She winced in pain with every swallow. The spoon clanked when Alessandra dropped it in the empty bowl.
It was very good, Alessandra. The best meal I've had in however long I've been here. Weeks, I guess.
Sister Alessandra nodded and rose.
If I'm not busy, I will bring you some tomorrow, then.
Alessandra,
the woman turned back. Anne met her gaze.
Could you sit with me for a bit?
Why?
Anne chuckled bitterly.
I'm stuffed in a box every day. I'm staked to the ground every night. It would be nice to have someone I know sit with me for a bit, that's all.
I'm a Sister of the Dark.
Anne shrugged.
I'm a Sister of the Light. You still brought me soup.
I was ordered to.
Ah, more honesty than I received from the Sisters of the Light, I'm sorry to say.
Anne squirmed off a loop of chain and then flopped down on her side, turning away from Sister Alessandra.
Sorry you had to be interrupted to take care of me. Jagang probably wants you to go back to whoring for his men.
Silence reigned inside the tent. Outside, soldiers laughed, drank, and gambled. Smells of meat roasting drifted in. At least Anne's stomach wasn't grumbling with hunger. The soup had been good. Anne heard the sound of a woman's scream in the distance. The scream turned to chiming laughter. One of the camp followers, no doubt. Sometimes the screams were sincere terror. Sometimes the sound of them made Anne sweat thinking about what was happening to those poor women. At last, Sister Alessandra sank back down. "I could sit with you a bit." Anne rolled over. "I would like that, Alessandra. I really would." Sister Alessandra helped her sit up, and then the two of them sat in awkward silence while they listened to the camp sounds. "Jagang's tent," Anne said at last. "I heard it was something. Quite the fancy sight." "Yes, it is. It's like a palace he sets up each night. I can't say I favor going there, though." "No, after my encounter with the man, I imagine not. Do you know where we're going?" The other shook her head. "Here, there, it makes no difference. We are slaves serving His Excellency." It had the ring of hopelessness to it, and made Anne think to gently turn that feeling to hope. "You know, Alessandra, he can't get into my mind." Sister Alessandra looked up with a frown, and Anne told her how the bond to the Lord Rall protected anyone sworn to him. Anne was careful to frame it in terms of what it meant to her and to the others sworn to Richard, on a personal level, rather than to make it sound like an offer. The woman listened without objection. "Now," Anne said in conclusion, "the magic of Richard's bond as the Lord Rall doesn't work, but then Jagang's magic doesn't work either, so I'm still safe from the Dreamwalker," she chuckled. "Unless he walks in the tent, that is." Sister Alessandra laughed with her. Anne rearranged her manacled hands in her lap, hauling the chains closer so she could have enough slack to cross her legs. "When the chimes eventually go back to your master in the underworld, then Richard's bond will work again, and I will once again be protected from Jagang's magic, when it returns too. In all this, that is the one comfort I have, knowing I'm safe from Jagang's power entering my mind." Sister Alessandra sat mute. "Of course," Anne added, "it must be a relief for you to be without Jagang in your mind, for the time being at least." "You don't know when he's there. You feel no different. Except if he wants you to know." She smoothed the lap of her dress when Anne didn't say anything. "But I think you don't know what you're talking about, Prelate. The Dreamwalker is in my mind right now, watching us." She looked up, waiting for Anne to argue. Instead, Anne said, "You just think on it, Alessandra. You just think on it." Sister Alessandra gathered up the bowl. "I'd best be going back." "Thank you for coming, Alessandra. Thank you for the soup. And thank you for sitting with me. It was nice to be with you again." Sister Alessandra nodded and ducked out of the tent. Chapter 50. Although it was hardly noticeable, the grassy ground stretching to the horizon before Beata's Domine Dirch was slightly higher than the ground to each side of the enormous stone weapon, and so provided firmer footing, especially for horses. After the recent rains, the gentle swale to the right was muddy. To the left, it wasn't any better. Because of the unique lay of the land, especially after rain, people tended to approach Beata's post, her Domine Dirch, more often than others. There weren't many, but those in the area traveling into Andereth from the grasslands of the wilds were inclined to come to her station first. Beata enjoyed being able to be in charge for a change, to pass judgment on people, and say if they could enter. If she thought they looked like people who should not be let in, she sent them on to a border station, where they could apply for entry with the station guards. It felt good to be the one in control of important matters, instead of being helpless. Now she decided things. It was exciting, too, when travelers came through. Something different. A chance to talk to people from afar, or to see their strange dress. There were rarely more than 2 or 3 people traveling together. But they looked up to her. She was in charge. This bright, sunny morning, though, Beata's heart hammered against her ribs. This time, those who approached were different. This time, there were considerably more than a few. This time it looked like a true threat.
"Corinne," Beata ordered, "stand ready at the striker."
The Haken woman squinted over at her.
"You sure, Sergeant?"
Corinne had terrible eyesight. She rarely saw anything beyond 30 paces, and these people were off at the horizon. It was something Beata had never done before, ordered out the striker, at least not when people approached. They practiced taking it out, of course, but she'd never ordered it out. If she wasn't there, the ones on duty were supposed to take it out if they judged a threat approached. But with Beata there, it was up to her to order it readied. She was in charge. They depended on her. Since the terrible accident, they'd added an extra bar across the rack where the striker stood, even though they knew it wasn't the striker that had rung the weapon. No one told them to do it. Beata just felt better with another restraint on the striker. It made them feel like they were doing something about the accident, even if they weren't, really. No one knew why all the Domini Dirch had rung. Beata wiped her sweaty palms on her hips.
"I'm sure. Do it."
Other times, when people approached, it was easy enough to tell they were harmless. Traders with a cart, some of the nomadic people of the wilds wanting to trade with the soldiers stationed at the border. Beata never let them through. Merchants taking an unusual route for one reason or another. Even some special Ander Guard troops returning from far patrols. Those Ander Guard troops weren't regular army soldiers. They were special. They were men only, and they looked to Beata like they were used to dealing with trouble of one sort or another. They paid no heed to regular Anderith soldiers, like Beata. She'd ordered them to stop once, as they approached. Beata knew who they were, because Captain Tolbert had instructed her and her squad about the special Ander Guard troops, and told them to let the men pass at will if they came by. She'd only wanted to ask them, being fellow soldiers and all, if they needed anything. They didn't stop when she ordered it. The man leading simply smirked as he rode past with his column of big men. These people who approached, though, were not guard troops. Beata didn't know what to make of them, except they had the look of a serious threat. She could make out hundreds of mounted soldiers in dark uniforms spreading out as they halted. Even from a distance, it was a formidable sight. Beata glanced to her side and saw Corinne drawing back the striker. Annette seized the shaft to help strike the Domini Dirch. Beata sprang toward them and caught the shaft of the striker before they could swing it.
"No order was given. What's the matter with you? Stand down." "But, Sergeant," Annette complained, "they're soldiers. A lot of soldiers, and they aren't ours. I can tell that much."
Beata shoved the woman back. "They're giving the signal, can't you see?"
"But, Sergeant Beata,"
Annette whined,
"they aren't our people. They've no business."
"You don't even know their business yet." Beata was frightened and angry that Corinne and Annette had almost rung the weapon on their own.
"Are you crazy? You don't even know who they are. You could be killing innocent people." "You're both going to stand an extra duty tonight, and for the next week for not following orders. Do you understand?"
Annette hung her head. Corinne saluted, not knowing how she was supposed to react to such discipline. Beata would have been angry at any of her squad trying to wrongly ring the Domini Dirch, but deep down inside, she was glad it was the two Haken women, and not one of the Anders. On the horizon, a person on horseback waved a white flag on the end of a pole or lance. Beata didn't know the distance the Domini Dirch could kill. Maybe if Corinne and Annette had rung it, it wouldn't have harmed the people out there. But after what happened to Turner, she hoped never to see the weapon rung while people were in front of it, unless they clearly were attacking. Beata watched as the strange troops waited where they were while only a few people approached. Those were the rules, the way Beata and her squad were taught. People had to wave a flag of some sort, and if there were many, only a few were supposed to approach to state their business and ask permission to pass. It wasn't a risk to have a few people approach. The Domini Dirch could kill an enemy even if they were only one step away out in front of it. They would still die. How close people came was really irrelevant. So was the number, for that matter. 4 people, 2 on foot and 2 on horseback, came forward, leaving the rest behind. As they got closer, she could see it was 2 men and 2 women. 1 man and woman rode, another pair walked. There was something about the woman on horseback. When Beata realized who the woman had to be, her heart felt as if it had leaped up into her throat. "You see?" Beata said to Corinne and Annette. "Can you imagine if you'd rung that thing? Can you imagine?" The two, jaws agape, stared out at the approaching people. Beata's knees trembled at the thought of what had almost happened. Beata turned and shook a fist at the two. "Put that thing away, and don't you dare go near the Dominie Dirch. Do you understand?" Both saluted. Beata turned and raced down the steps 2 at a time. In her whole life, she never imagined anything like this. She never imagined she would actually meet the Mother Confessor herself. She gaped, along with the rest of her squad, who came out to see, as the woman in the long white dress rode forward. One man rode to her right. A man and woman were on foot. The woman was pregnant. The man on foot, on the Mother Confessor's left, was dressed in loose clothes of no particular style. He had a sword, but kept it sheathed. The man riding on the Mother Confessor's right was something else entirely. Beata had never seen such a man, all dressed in black, with a golden cape billowing out behind. The sight took her breath. Beata wondered if it could be the man she'd heard was to marry the Mother Confessor, Lord Rahl. He certainly looked a lord. He was just about the most imposing-looking man Beata had ever seen. Beata shouted to the two up on the platform, "Get down here!" The two women dashed down the steps, and Beata lined them up with the rest of her squad. Corporal Marie Falvel, Estelle Ruffin, and Emmeline stood to Beata's right. The two from up on the platform joined the 3 Ander men, Norris, Carl, and Bryce, on her left. They all formed up in a straight line, watching as the 4 people came right up to them. As the Mother Confessor dismounted, without anyone needing to issue orders, Beata and her whole squad fell to their knees and bowed their heads. On her way to her knees, Beata had seen the Mother Confessor's beautiful white dress and long fall of gorgeous brown hair. Beata had never seen hair such as that, so long and elegant-looking. She was used to seeing dark Ander hair or red Haken hair, so hair that shone honey brown in the sunlight was such an extraordinarily rare sight that it made the woman look almost other than human. Beata was glad to have her head bowed, so afraid was she to meet the Mother Confessor's gaze. Only profound fear had prevented Beata from staring in awe. All her life she had heard stories about the power of the Mother Confessor, about the feats of magic she could do, about how she could turn people to stone with a look if she didn't like them, or other things far worse. Beata gulped air, panting, on the verge of panic. She was just a Haken girl, suddenly feeling very out of place. She never expected to find herself before the Mother Confessor. "Rise, my children," said a voice from above. Just the sound of it, how gentle, how clear, how seemingly kind it was, greatly eased Beata's fear. She never thought the Mother Confessor would have a voice so womanly. Beata had always thought it might be a voice like a spirit, screeching out from the world of the dead. With the rest of her squad, Beata rose to her feet, but she kept her head bowed, still fearing to look up directly into the Mother Confessor's eyes. Beata had never been instructed how to behave when she met the Mother Confessor herself, it being an event no one ever thought could possibly happen to her, a Haken girl. But here it was, happening. "Who is in charge here?" It was the Mother Confessor's voice, still sounding nice enough, but it had a clear ring of authority that was unmistakable. At least she didn't sound like she intended to call lightning down on anyone. Beata took a step forward, but kept her eyes aimed at the ground. "I am, Mother Confessor." "And you are?" Beata's racing heart refused to slow. She couldn't make herself stop trembling. "Your humble servant, Mother Confessor. I am Sergeant Beata." Beata nearly jumped out of her skin when fingers lifted her chin, and then she was looking right into the green eyes of the Mother Confessor herself. It was like looking on a tall, beautiful, smiling good spirit. Good spirit or not, Beata stood frozen in renewed terror. "Glad to meet you, Sergeant Beata." The Mother Confessor gestured to her left. "This is Du Shailu, a friend, and Jian, another friend." She laid her hand on the shoulder of the big man beside her. "This is Lord Rahl," she said, as her smile widened. "My husband." Beata's gaze moved at last to the Lord Rahl. He, too, smiled pleasantly. Beata had never had such important people smile at her in such a way. It was all because she had joined the Anderith army, to become an evil Haken doing good at last. "Mind if I go up and have a look at the Dominie Dirch, Sergeant Beata?" Lord Rawl asked. Beata cleared her throat. Well, no, sir. No, sir. Please, I would be happy to show you the Dominie Dirch. Honored, I mean I would be honored to show you." "And our men?" the Mother Confessor asked, bringing Beata's babbling to a merciful end. "May they approach now, Sergeant?" Beata bowed. "Forgive me. I'm sorry. Of course they may, Mother Confessor. Of course. I'm sorry. If you will permit me, I will see to it." After the Mother Confessor gave a nod, Beata raced up the steps ahead of the Lord Rawl, feeling a fool for not at once telling the Mother Confessor she was welcome in Anderith. Beata snatched up the horn and blew the all clear to the squad at the Dominie Dirch on each side. She turned to the waiting distant soldiers and blew a long note to let them know they were granted permission to approach the Dominie Dirch in safety. The Lord Rawl was coming up the stairs. Beata pulled the horn from her lips and backed against the railing. There was something about him, just his presence, that took her breath. Not even the Minister of Culture himself, before he did what he did, struck her with such a feeling of awe as did this man, the Lord Rawl. It wasn't just his size, his broad shoulders, his penetrating gray eyes, or his black and gold outfit with the broad belt holding gold-worked leather pouches and strange symbols. It was his presence. He didn't look proper and fancy like the Ander officials, like Dalton Campbell or the Minister of Culture, but rather he looked noble, purposeful, and at the same time dangerous, deadly. He was kind enough looking and handsome, but she just knew that if he ever turned those gray eyes on her in anger, she might be struck dead just by their intensity. If ever there was a man who looked as if he could be the husband of the Mother Confessor, this was the man. The pregnant woman came up the stairs, her eyes taking everything in. There was something about this dark-haired woman as well that seemed noble. She and the other man, both with dark hair, almost looked Ander. She had on the oddest dress Beata had ever seen. There were little different-colored strips of cloth tied on, all up the arms and over the shoulders. Beata held out a hand. "This, Lord Rawl, is the Dominie Dirch." Beata wanted to say the woman's name, too, but it had flown out of her head, and she couldn't remember it. Lord Rawl's eyes roamed over the huge bell-shaped stone weapon. "It was created thousands of years ago by the Hakens," Beata said, "as a weapon of murder against the Anders, but it now serves instead as a means for peace." Clasping his hands loosely behind his back, Lord Rawl surveyed the uncountable tons of stone that made up the Dominie Dirch. His gaze glided over every nuance of it in a way she had never seen anyone else look at it. Beata almost expected him to speak to it, and the Dominie Dirch to answer. "And how would that be, Sergeant?" he asked, without looking at her. "Sir?" When he turned to her at last, his gray eyes arrested her breath. "Well, the Hakens invaded Anderith, right?" Under the scrutiny of those eyes, she had to struggle to make her voice work. "Yes, sir." It came out as little more than a squeak. He lifted a thumb, pointing back at the stone bell. "And do you suppose the invaders rode in with these Dominie Dirch slung over their backs then, Sergeant?" Beata's knees started trembling. She wished he wouldn't ask her questions. She wished he would just leave them be and go on to Fairfield and talk to the important people who knew how to answer questions. "Sir?" Lord Rawl turned and gestured to the stone rising up before him. "It's obvious these weapons were not brought in, Sergeant. They're too big. There are too many of them. They had to be constructed here where they stand, with the aid of magic, no doubt." "But the Haken murderers, when they invaded—" "They're pointed out there, Sergeant, toward any invaders, not in toward the people of Anderith. It's clear they were built as weapons of defense." Beata swallowed. "But we were taught—" "You were taught a lie." He looked decidedly unhappy about what he was seeing. "This is plainly a defensive weapon." He peered off to the Dominie Dirch to each side, surveying them with a critical eye. "They worked together. They were placed here as a line of defense. They weren't the tools of invasion." The way he said it, with almost a tone of regret, didn't seem at all to Beata like he meant any offense. He seemed to have spoken what came into his mind as he realized it himself.
But the Hakens, Beata said in hardly more than a whisper. Lord Ralls stood politely, waiting for her to offer an argument. Her mind was spinning with confused thoughts. I'm not an educated person, Lord Rall. I'm only a Haken, evil by nature. Forgive me for not being taught good enough to be able to better answer your questions. He heaved a sigh. It doesn't require an education, Sergeant Beata, to see what's right before your eyes. Use your head. Beata stood mute, unable to reconcile the conversation. This was an important man. She'd heard things about the Lord Rall, about what a powerful man he was, about how he was a magician with the power to make day into night, up into down. He wasn't a man who ruled just one land, like the Minister of Culture and the Sovereign, but a man who ruled the mysterious empire of Dahara and now was capturing all of the Midlands. But he was a man, too, who was married to the Mother Confessor. Beata had seen the look in the Mother Confessor's eyes when she looked at the Lord Rall. Beata knew from that look that the woman loved and respected this man. It was as plain as day that she did. You should listen to what he says, the pregnant woman said. He is also the seeker of truth. Beata's jaw dropped. She spoke before her fear could muzzle her. You mean that's the sort of truth you carry, sir? It looked an ordinary weapon to her, little different from hers. It was just a black leather scabbard, nothing special, and a leather-wrapped handle. He looked down and lifted the weapon clear of the scabbard, and then let it drop back. His face lost its spirit. This? No. It's not the sort of truth. I don't have it with me, right at the moment. Beata didn't have the nerve to ask why not. She wished she could have seen the real sword. It had magic. That would have been something. For her to see the sort of truth Fitch thought so much about instead of him seeing it. Being in the army and in charge of a Domini Dirch, she was doing more than he ever would. Lord Rall had turned to the towering weapon. He seemed to have forgotten that anyone else existed as he focused on the lichen-covered stone before him. He stood as still as the stone. He seemed almost one with it. His hand reached out to touch the Domini Dirch. The woman snatched his wrist, holding his hand back. No, my husband, do not touch this thing. It is... Lord Rall turned to look into her eyes, finishing what she'd left unsaid. Evil. You can feel it, then? He nodded. Of course it was evil, Beata wanted to say. It was made by Hakens. Beata's brow bunched in puzzlement. The woman had called him husband, but the Mother Confessor had said the Lord Rall was her husband. Lord Rall, seeing his troops drawing close, started down the stairs, 2 at a time. The woman took in the Domini Dirch one last time and then moved to follow him. Husband? Beata was unable to resist asking the pregnant woman. She lifted her chin as she turned to Beata. Yes, I am the wife of the Lord Rall, the Seeker, the Caharan, Richard. But the Mother Confessor said... The woman shrugged. Yes, we are the both of us his wives. Both? 2? The woman started down the stairs. He is an important man. He can have more than one wife. The woman stopped and looked back. I once had 5 husbands. Beata's eyes widened as she watched the woman disappear down the stairs. The morning air rumbled with the approach of the mounted soldiers. Beata had never even imagined such ferocious-looking men. She was glad for her training. Captain Tolbert had told her that with her training, she could defend Anderith against anyone, even men like these. Sergeant Beata, Lord Rall called up to her. Beata went to the rail in front of the bell. He had stopped on his way to his horse out front and turned back. The Mother Confessor was taking up the reins. She put a foot in his stirrup. Yes, sir? I don't suppose you rang that thing about a week ago? No, sir, we didn't. He turned to his horse. Thank you, Sergeant. But it chimed by itself back then. The Lord Rall stiffened in place. The pregnant woman spun back around. The Mother Confessor, halfway up onto her horse, dropped back to the ground. Beata raced down the steps so she wouldn't have to shout the awful details down at him. The rest of her squad had pulled way back behind the Domini Dirch, fearing to be in the way of such important people. Fearing, Beata supposed, that the Mother Confessor might set them afire with a look. Beata still feared the woman, but the edge of her fear had been dulled. Lord Rall whistled to the soldiers and wheeled his arm,
ordering them to hurry through, past the Dominie Dirch, out of the way of harm, should the Dominie Dirch again ring of its own accord. As hundreds of mounted men galloped around both sides, he hurried to usher the Mother Confessor and the pregnant woman, along with the other man, around to the rear of the stone base. Once the women were safely past, he seized the shoulder of Beata's uniform and hauled her back protectively, away from the front of Dominie Dirch. She stiffened to attention, mostly in fear, before him. His brow had drawn down in a way that made Beata's knees tremble. "What happened?" he asked, in a quiet voice that seemed as if it could have caused the Dominie Dirch to ring again. The Mother Confessor had come to stand beside him. His pregnant wife stood on his other side.
"Well, we don't know, sir."
Beata licked her lips.
"One of my men, Turner he was.
She gestured out behind Lord Rall.
He was out on patrol when the thing rang. It was an awful sound. Just awful. And Turner..."
Beata could feel a tear roll down her cheek. As much as she didn't want this man and the Mother Confessor to see her showing weakness, she couldn't keep that tear back. "In the late afternoon?" Lord Rall asked. Beata nodded.
"How did you know?"
He ignored the question. "All of them rang? Not just this one, but all of them up and down the line rang, didn't they?"
"Yes, sir. No one knows the reason. Some officers came down the line, checking them, but they couldn't tell us anything."
"Were a lot of people killed?" Beata abandoned his gaze.
"Yes, sir. One of my men, and a lot of others, from what I was told. Wagons with merchants at the border, people returning to pass through the border. Anyone out front of the Dominie Dirch when they rang. It was just awful. To die in such a fashion."
"We understand," the Mother Confessor said in a compassionate tone.
"We're sorry for your loss."
"So no one has any idea why they rang?" Lord Rall pressed.
"No, sir. At least no one told us the reason. I've talked to the squads to each side, at the next Dominie Dirch to each side, and it was the same with them. Theirs, too, chimed on their own, but no one knows why. The officers who came past must not have known the reason either, because they was asking us what happened."
Lord Rall nodded, seeming in deep thought. The wind lifted his golden cloak. The Mother Confessor pulled some hair back from her face, as did Lord Rall's pregnant wife. Lord Rall gestured off at the rest of her squad. "And these people, they are all you have here, guarding the border? Just you few soldiers?" Beata glanced up at the weapon towering over them.
"Well, sir, it only takes one person to ring the Dominie Dirch."
His gaze again appraised the rest of her squad. "I suppose. Thank you for your help, Sergeant." He and the Mother Confessor swiftly mounted up. She and the people on foot moved out with the rest of their soldiers. Lord Rall turned back to her. "Tell me, Sergeant Beata, do you think I and the Mother Confessor are not as good as the Ander people? Do you think us evil of nature, too?"
"Oh, no, sir. Only Hakons are born tainted with vile souls. We can never be as good as Anders. Our souls are corrupt and unable to be pure. Their souls are pure and unable to be corrupt. We cannot ever be completely cleansed. We can only hope to control our vile nature."
He smiled sadly down at her. His voice softened. "Beata, the Creator does not create evil. He would not create and bestow upon you souls of evil. You have as much potential for good as anyone else. And Anders have a potential for evil equal to anyone."
"That's not what we're taught, sir."
His horse tossed her head and danced sideways, eager to be off after the others. With a pat on his horse's glossy brown neck, as if speaking to her through that gentle hand, he settled her. "As I said, you were taught wrong. You are as good as anyone else, Beata, Hakon or Ander or anyone. That's our purpose in this struggle, to make sure that all people have an equal chance. You be careful with that thing, Sergeant, that Dominie Dirch." Beata saluted with her hand to her brow.
"Yes, sir. I surely intend to."
His gaze connected solidly with hers, and he tapped his fist to his heart to return the salute. Then his horse leaped into a gallop to catch the others. As Beata watched him go, she realized that this had probably been the most exciting thing that would happen in all the rest of her entire life, speaking with the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rall. Chapter 51. Bertrand Chanbour looked up when Dalton came into the room. Bertrand's wife was there, too, standing before his ornate desk. Dalton met her eyes briefly. He was a bit surprised to see her there, but guessed this was important enough for her to meet with her husband. "Well?" Bertrand asked. "They confirmed what we were told," Dalton said. "They saw it with their own eyes." "And they have soldiers?" Hildemara asked. "That part is true also?" "Yes. The best guess is near 1,000 men." Cursing under her breath, she tapped a finger against Bertrand's desk as she considered. "And the fools at the border just let them through without a care." "We cultivate such an army, you will recall," Bertrand reminded her as he stood. "They also let through our special Ander Guard troops, after all." "The people at the border can't be blamed," Dalton put in. "They couldn't very well refuse the Mother Confessor entry. The man could be none other than the Lord Rall himself." Erupting in rage, the minister heaved his glass dipping pen. It clattered across the floor before shattering against the far wall. He went to the window and leaned against the sill as he gazed out. "For creation's sake, Bertrand, get a grip on yourself," Lady Chunbur growled. He turned in red-faced anger and shook a finger at his wife. "This could ruin everything. We've worked years at this, carefully cultivated the relationship, sown the seeds, pulled the weeds that have sprung up, and just when we're about to finally reap the harvest of our lives, she comes riding in with that Daharan bastard, Lord Rall." Hildemara folded her arms. "Well, that really solves the problem, throwing a fit. I swear, Bertrand, sometimes you have less sense than a drunken fisherman." "And the sort of pompous wife who drives him to it." He ground his teeth and pulled aside his chair, no doubt preparing to launch into an extended tirade. Dalton could almost see her back arch, fur lift, and claws lengthen. Dalton was usually ignored like a piece of furniture when they started in on each other. This time he had better things to do than wait for it to broaden into a worse argument that would only waste valuable time. He had to issue orders, depending on what was decided. He had to get people in place. He thought about Franca, wondering if she might have recovered her power. He hadn't seen much of her lately, and when he had, she seemed distracted. She had been spending a lot of time in the library. It would be valuable at a time like this to have Franca's assistance, her true assistance. "The Mother Confessor and the Lord Rall are riding hard, and my men only just made it ahead of them," Dalton said, before Bertrand could lay into his wife, or she could throw something at him. "They should be here within the hour, 2 at most. We should be prepared." Bertrand glared a moment before pulling his chair close and sitting. He folded his hands on the table. "Yes, you're quite right, Dalton, quite right. First thing is to get Stein and his men out of sight. It wouldn't do to have—" "I've already taken the liberty of seeing to it, Minister. I've sent some of them on an inspection of grain storage facilities, and others wanted to look over the strategic routes into Andereth." Bertrand looked up. "Good. We've worked too many years to lose it all now when we're this close," Hildemara said. "However, if we just keep our heads, I don't see any reason we can't proceed with everything as planned." Her husband nodded, having cooled considerably, as he did when he put his mind to difficult matters. He had the odd ability to be in a fit of rage one moment and smiling the next. "Possibly," he turned to Dalton. "How close is the order?" "Still quite a distance, Minister. Stein's special Ander Guard troops, who arrived the day before yesterday, told me 4 weeks at least, probably a bit more." Bertrand shrugged and arched an eyebrow, a sly smile coming to his lips. "Then we will simply have to stall the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rall." Hildemara put her fists on his desk and leaned toward her husband. "The 2 of them, the Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor, will be expecting our answer. They've long since explained to our representatives in Adendril the choice we have, and sent them back with the offer of joining the Daharan Empire, or facing the probability of conquest and the resulting loss of standing in our own land." Dalton agreed with her. "Ours would be a land they would turn their forces to if we don't agree to the terms of surrender. Were we some small, unimportant land, they would no doubt ignore us as we stall. But we will be an immediate prime target should we refuse to join them." "And they have forces somewhere down in the south, from what I've heard," Hildemara put in. "The Lord Rall is not a man to be denied or played for a fool. Some of the other lands, Jara, Gallia, Hergeborg, Grenadon, and Kelton, among others, have already fallen or joined willingly. Lord Rahl has considerable forces of his own from Dahara, but with those lands his army is formidable. But they aren't all down here, Bertrand said, for some reason suddenly quite calm. The Order will be able to crush them. The Domini Dirch can hold off any force from the Daharan Empire. Dalton thought the confidence unfounded. From what my sources tell me, this Lord Rahl is a wizard of formidable talent. He is also the seeker of truth. I fear such a man may have ways of defeating the Domini Dirch. Hildemara scowled. Besides, the Mother Confessor and Lord Rahl, and perhaps 1,000 troops, are already inside the line of Domini Dirch. They will demand our surrender. We would be stripped of power if that happens. The Order won't be here for weeks. By then, too late. She shook her finger at her husband. We've worked too many years to lose it all now. Bertrand tapped his thumbs as he smiled. Then we will just, as I said before, have to stall them, won't we, my dear? The Daharan troops were a dark ribbon on the road behind them as Richard and Kaelin led them toward the Minister of Culture's estate. A dark ribbon bristling steel. The sun was not an hour from setting behind scattered clouds, but at least they had arrived. Richard pulled his damp Daharan shirt away from his chest as he watched a curious raven circling overhead. With raucous calls, it let its lordly presence be known, as was the way with ravens. It had been a warm and humid day. He and Kaelin both wore extra clothes the soldiers brought, so their own would be clean and fit for the meeting they both knew would soon come. Richard glanced back over his shoulder and received a murderous look from Du Chaillu. He had made her ride a horse so they could make the distance and not take another day. Their journey had taken far too long as it was. The Bakatal Mana did not like riding horses. As often as not, Du Chaillu would simply have ignored him when he told her to ride. This time, she knew if she ignored his request, she would be left behind. It had apparently taken Kara some time to locate General Reibish's forces and send an escort of troops. Richard, Kaelin, and the Bakatal Mana had been on foot, slogging through late spring deluges for far too long. They hadn't made a lot of distance on foot before the Daharan troops finally arrived with horses. Du Chaillu had also slowed their journey, although not purposely. She endlessly protested that riding would harm her baby before it was born, the baby Richard had suggested she bear. Because of her unborn child, Richard was reluctant to force her to ride. He hadn't wanted her along in the first place. After the Daharan troops had arrived with supplies and extra horses, she refused to return home, as she had previously promised she would. To her credit, she never complained about the difficulty of the journey, but when Richard made her ride, it put her in a vile mood. Kaelin, at first cool about having the Bakatal Mana's spirit woman along, had warmed to the situation ever since the day Richard fell from his horse. Kaelin credited Du Chaillu with saving his life. Richard appreciated Du Chaillu's eagerness to help, but didn't believe it was her doing that kept him alive. He wasn't at all sure what had happened. Since seeing the Domini Dirch and hearing how they had chimed on their own at the same time he felt the crippling pain, he knew the whole thing had to be tied together somehow. And he didn't believe Du Chaillu held much sway over it. This was something much bigger than she realized and more complex than Richard could understand. Richard hadn't slowed for anything since he saw the Domini Dirch, even her pregnant condition. Since being close to those stone bells and feeling some of what he felt, she had been more cooperative about his hurry. Richard lifted a hand when he spotted the rider trailing a plume of dust. He could hear orders being relayed back through the ranks in response to his signal, bringing the entire column to a jangling halt. Only when it had stopped, in the sudden silence, did he realize how much noise it made when they were on the move. "This will be our greeting," Kaelin said. "How far to the minister's estate?" Richard asked. "Not far. We're more than halfway from Fairfield. Maybe a mile." Richard and Kaelin dismounted to meet the approaching rider. A soldier took the reins to Kaelin's horse. Richard handed his back to the man, too, and then stepped away from the others. Kaelin alone walked with him. He had to signal with a hand to keep the soldiers from forming a defensive ring around them. The young man leaped from his horse before it had skidded to a stop. Holding the reins in one hand, he went to a knee in a bow. Kaelin greeted him in the way of the Mother Confessor, and he rose. He wore livery of black boots, dark trousers, white shirt with a fancy collar and cuffs, and tan-quilted doublet with black and brown braiding around the edges. The man bowed a head of red hair to Richard.
Lord Rowell?
Yes, that's right. He straightened.
I'm Rowley. The Minister of Culture sent me to greet you and extend his joy to have you and the Mother Confessor grace the people of Anderith with your presence.
I'm sure, Richard said. Kalin elbowed his ribs.
Thank you, Rowley. We will need a place for our men to set up camp. Yes, Mother Confessor. The minister wanted me to tell you that you're welcome to choose any ground in our land. If it would be acceptable, you may have the grounds at the estate for your use.
Richard didn't like that idea at all. He didn't want the men confined in such a way. He wanted them to be close, but able to set up a proper defensive position. Despite what anyone else thought, he had to treat this as being potentially hostile territory. He gestured to the wheat field. What about here? We will, of course, reimburse the landowner for the crops we ruin. Rowley bowed.
If it pleases you, Lord Rowell. The minister wished the choice to be yours. The land is Anderith common ground, and the crops excess, of no real value or concern. After you see to your escort at your convenience, the minister wishes to invite you to dinner. He asked me to relay his eagerness to you, and to see the Mother Confessor again.
We don't... Kalin elbowed him again.
We would be happy to join Minister Chanbor for dinner. Please ask him, though, to understand that we have been riding hard and are tired. We would appreciate it if he kept the dinner small, no more than 3 courses.
Rowley was clearly not prepared for this request, but promised to relay it at once. Once the man was riding back, Du Shailu stepped up.
You need a bath, she announced to Richard. Jian says there is a pond not far over this hill. Come, we will bathe.
Kalin's brow tightened. Du Shailu smiled sweetly.
I usually must suggest it, she said. He is shy when we bathe together. His face turns red, she pointed at Richard's face. Just like that, when we undress to bathe. His face turns red like that whenever he tells me to take off my clothes.
Kalin folded her arms.
Really?
Du Shailu nodded.
Do you enjoy bathing with him, too? He seems to enjoy it, bathing with women.
Page 375. Now Richard knew how displeased Du Shailu was with her horseback ride, and how she intended to even the score. Kalin's green eyes turned to him.
What is it with you and women and water?
Richard shrugged, not about to play the game. You want to join us? It might be fun. He winked at her and then turned and seized Du Shailu's arm. Come along then, wife. We'll go first. Maybe Kalin will join us later. Du Shailu yanked her arm away. The joke had gone too far for her.
No, I do not wish to go near the water.
Her eyes betrayed obvious fear. She didn't wish to give the chimes a chance to drown her again. Chapter 52. Richard sighed impatiently as he surveyed the people enjoying the dinner. An intimate dinner, Bertrand Chanbor had called it. Kalin had whispered to Richard that for Anderith 50 or 60 people was considered an intimate dinner. When Richard looked out at the people, many of them, especially the men, glanced away. Many of the women did not. It was fortunate, the way they were batting their lashes at him, that Kalin was not jealous. She hadn't really been jealous of Du Shailu. She knew the woman was simply trying to nettle him. He knew, though, he was going to have to explain how innocent the one-time bath with Du Shailu had been. It was hard explaining anything to Kalin, what with having so many people around all the time. Even when they slept, they had blade masters and now troops standing over them every minute. It wasn't very intimate, much less romantic. He was beginning to forget they were married, for all the time they had alone together. Their purpose, though, made such considerations pale into insignificance. People dying because of the chimes being loose was not conducive to intimacy. Sitting close to her, sharing food from the trencher, seeing the lamplight reflect in her green eyes, off her hair, seeing the way her thick tresses nestled in the curve of her neck, he was beginning to think about weeks before, in the spirit house, the last time he had made love to her, remembering her lush, naked body. It was an impossible mental image to forget. Kalin cleared her throat.
He asked you a question, Richard, she whispered.
Richard blinked. What?
Minister Chanbor asked you a question.
Richard turned to the other side. I'm sorry, my mind was elsewhere. on an important action.
Yes, of course, Minister Chanbor said, smiling. I was just curious as to where you grew up.
A long-forgotten memory of youth surfaced in Richard's mind, a memory of wrestling with his older brother, his half-brother Michael. He had so enjoyed the playful tumbles they had. It had been a time of laughter. Oh, you know, wherever there was a good fight. The minister stumbled around for words.
I suppose you had a good teacher.
His half-brother had later, when they were grown, betrayed him to Darken Rall. Michael had betrayed many people. Because of Michael's betrayal, many innocent people had died. Yes, Richard said, the memory standing in stark relief between him and the minister's expectant face. I did have a good teacher. Last winter I had him beheaded. The minister paled. Richard turned back to Kaylin. She hid her smile. Good answer, she whispered to him from behind a napkin, so she couldn't be heard over the music coming from the harp set before and below their table. The Lady Chanbor, on Kaylin's other side, if she was appalled, didn't show it. Dalton Campbell, on the far side of the minister, raised an eyebrow. Beyond him, his wife, Teresa, a nice woman, Richard thought, hadn't heard his words. When Dalton turned and whispered them to her, her eyes went wide, more in titillation than horror. Kaylin had warned him these people responded to power, and suggested he show them more intimidation of force than offers of accommodation, if they were to gain the Anders' cooperation. The minister, a piece of rolled beef dripping a red sauce in his fingers, gestured and sought to change the subject to something less bloody.
Lord Rall, don't you wish any meat?
The meat course seemed to Richard to have gone on for an hour. He decided to tell the man the flat truth. I'm a war wizard, Minister Chanbor. Like my father, Darken Rall, I don't eat meat. Richard paused to be certain he had the attention of everyone at the table. Wizards, you see, must maintain balance in their lives. Not eating meat is balance for all the killing I do. The harpist missed a note. Everyone else held their breath. Richard filled the dragging silence. I'm certain that by now you have heard the proposal I've made for the lands of the Midlands to join with us. The terms are fair and equitable to all. Your representatives would have brought our terms to you. If you join willingly, your people will be welcomed. If you oppose us, well, if you oppose us, then we will have to conquer you and the terms will be harsh.
So I've been told, the minister said.
Kaylin leaned in. And you have been informed my word backs Lord Rall's? You know my advice is for all lands to join us? The minister tipped his head in a slight bow.
Yes, Mother Confessor, and please be assured we value greatly your sound advice.
Then it is your intention to join with us, Minister, in our struggle for freedom?
Well, you see, Mother Confessor, it is not quite that simple.
Fine, Richard said, beginning to rise. I will see the sovereign, then. You can't, Dalton Campbell said. Richard, a scowl growing, sank back down. And why would that be? The minister licked his lips.
The sovereign, the Creator watch over his blessed soul, is very ill. He is bedridden. Not even I have been able to see him. He is in no condition to talk, from what the healers and his wife tell me. Speaking with him would be hopeless, since he is rarely conscious.
I'm so sorry, Kaylin said. We had no idea. We would take you to see him, Mother Confessor, Lord Rall, Dalton Campbell said in a sincere-sounding voice. But the man is so ill he would be unable to offer his advice. The harpist went into a louder, more complex and dramatic piece, using every string, it seemed. Then you will have to decide without his advice, Richard said. The Imperial Order is already invading the New World. We need everyone we can get to resist their tyranny, lest their dark shadow cover us all.
Well,
the minister said as he intently picked at invisible things on the tablecloth.
I want the land of Anderith to join with you and your noble cause. I really do. As do most of the people of Anderith, I'm sure.
Good, then that's settled.
Well, no, it's not.
Minister Chanbor looked up.
Though I might wish it, as would my wife, and as Dalton has so forcefully advised us we do, we cannot decide something this important on our own.
The directors? Kaylin asked. We will speak with them straight away.
They are part of it, the minister said, but not all. There are others who must be part of such a momentous decision.
Richard sat puzzled. Who else is there? The minister leaned back in his chair and gazed out at the room for a time before his dark eyes turned back to Richard.
The people of Anderith.
You are the Minister of Culture, Kaelin said heatedly as she leaned in. You speak for them. You have but to say it will be so, and it will. The man spread his hands.
Mother Confessor, Lord Rahl, you are asking us to surrender our sovereignty. I can't callously do that on my own.
That is why it is called surrender, Richard growled.
But you are asking our people to cease to be who they are and become one with you and your people. I don't think you realize what that means. You are asking us to surrender not only our sovereignty, but our very culture. Don't you see? We would cease to be who we are. We have a culture stretching back thousands of years. Now you come in, one man, and ask the people to throw away all that history? How can you think it's so simple a matter to forget our heritage, our forebears, our culture?
Richard drummed his fingers on the table. He gazed out at the people enjoying the dinner, who had no idea how important were the words being spoken at the head table. You misstate it, Minister Chonbur. We have no desire to destroy your culture. Richard leaned toward the man. Although from what I've heard of it, there are unfair aspects of it that will not be allowed. Under our law, everyone is treated equally. As long as you follow the common laws, you may retain your culture.
Yes, but
in the first place, it is a matter of necessity to the very freedom of hundreds of thousands of people of the New World. We will not tolerate a risk to so many. If you don't join us, we will conquer you. When that happens, you will lose your say in the common laws we set down, and you will pay penalties that will cripple your land for a generation. The heat in Richard's eyes moved the minister back a few inches. Worse, though, would be if the Imperial Order gets to you first. They will not impose financial penalties. They will crush you. They will murder and enslave you. The Imperial Order demanded the surrender of Ebenicia, Kaelin said in a distant voice. I was there. I saw what the Order did to those people when they refused to surrender and become slaves. The men of Imperial Order tortured and butchered every man, woman, and child in the city. Every last one. Not one person was left alive.
Well, any men who would...
Over 50,000 men of the Order participated in slaughtering the innocent people of Ebenicia, Kaelin said in a coldly powerful voice. I led the troops who hunted them down. We killed every last man who had been in on the butchery in Ebenicia. Kaelin leaned toward the minister. Many wept for mercy. I have declared, as Mother Confessor, no mercy for the Order. That includes any who side with them. We killed every last one of those men, Minister Chonbur. Every last one. The frightful chill of her words stunned everyone at the table into silence. Dalton Campbell's wife, Teresa, looked as though she might run from the table. Your only salvation, Richard finally said, is to join with us. Together we are forming a formidable force, capable of turning back the Imperial Order and preserving peace and freedom in the New World. Minister Chonbur finally spoke.
As I said, if it were my choice, I would agree to join you, as would my wife, as would Dalton. The problem is, Emperor Jagang has made generous offers to people here, offers of peace, and Kaelin shot to her feet. What? You have been talking to those murderers?
Some of the people around the room paused in their conversations to glance up at the head table. Some, Richard had noticed, had never taken their eyes off the minister and his guests. The minister, for the first time, seemed undaunted.
When your land is threatened with extinction by opposing forces, neither of which were invited to demand our surrender, it is our duty as leaders and advisors to listen to what each side has to say. We wish no war, but war is being thrust upon us. It is incumbent on us to hear what our choices might be. You cannot fault us for listening to our options.
Freedom or slavery, Richard said, standing beside his wife. The minister stood up, too.
Listening to what people have to say is not considered an offense here in Anderith. We don't attack people before they make threats. The Imperial Order implored us not to listen to what you have to say, but here you are. We offer people the opportunity to speak.
Richard's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword.
He expected to feel the raised letters made of gold wire, the letters spelling out the word truth. He was momentarily surprised to find them missing. "And what lies did the order tell you, Minister?" Minister Chonbur shrugged. "As I said, we like your offer better." He held his hand out in invitation. Reluctantly, Richard and Kalin returned to their seats. "I must tell you right up front, Minister," Richard said. "Whatever it is you want, we'll not give it to you. Don't even bother listing to us your conditions. As we've explained to your representatives back in Aidendrill, we have made the same offer to all the lands. In order to be fair to all, there can be no exceptions, and no special accommodations for some." "We ask for none," Minister Chonbur said. When Kalin touched Richard's back, he recognized it as a signal to take a breath and keep hold of his temper. He took the deep breath and reminded himself of their purpose. Kalin was right. He had to think and not just react. "All right, Minister, what is the problem keeping you from accepting our terms of surrender?" "Well, as I said, if it were up to me and—" "What is the problem?" Richard's tone was deadly, deep breath or not. He was already considering his troops, less than a mile away. The guards at the estate would present little opposition to such elite Daharan soldiers. It was not an option he wished to fall back on, but he might be forced to it. They couldn't let the minister, inadvertently or otherwise, interfere with stopping Jagang. The minister cleared his throat. Everyone else at the table was rigid, almost afraid to move, as if they could read Richard's thoughts in his eyes. "This affects everyone in our land. You are asking us to forsake our culture, as is the imperial order, although with you it would be less of a change, and we would be able to retain some of our ways. This is not something I can impose on our people. It must be up to them." Richard's brow twitched. "What? What do you mean?" "I can't dictate such a thing to our people. They will have to decide for themselves what to do." Richard lifted a hand. He let it fall back to the table. "But how can they do that?" The minister wet his lips. "They will all decide what shall be the fate of all by their vote." "Their what?" Kalin asked. "Their vote. They must each be given the opportunity to state their wishes in this." "No," Kalin said flatly. The minister spread his hands. "But, Mother Confessor, you say this is about the freedom of our people. How can you insist I impose such a thing on them without their say?" "No," Kalin repeated. Everyone else at the table seemed in shock. Lady Chonbur's eyes looked as if they might pop from her head at her husband's suggestion. Dalton Campbell sat stiffly, his mouth hanging open a bit. Teresa's brows were arched in shock. Clearly, none of them had known Minister Chonbur's intention, nor did they look to believe it wise. But they remained silent nonetheless. "No," Kalin said again. "And how can you expect our people to believe your sincerity in the cause of freedom if you refuse to allow them to choose their own fate? If what you offer is truly freedom, then why would you fear the people exercising freedom in choosing it? If what you offer is so fair and good, and the imperial order so brutal and unfair, then why would you not allow our people to freely choose to join with you? Is there something in it so vile you would not allow them to see their fate and choose it willingly?" Richard glanced back at Kalin. "He has a point." "No," Kalin snapped. Still no one else moved. So intent were they on the future of their land hanging in the balance. Richard took Kalin's arm. He turned briefly to the minister. "If you will excuse us for a moment, there are a few matters we must discuss." Richard pulled Kalin away from the table, back near the curtains behind the service table. He glanced out the window to make sure no one was nearby listening. People at the head table, rather than watching, sat back in silence and looked out at the dining room full of people eating, talking, and laughing, not realizing the drama taking place at the head table. "Kalin, I don't see why—" "No. No, Richard, no. What part of no don't you understand?" "The part that has your reason in it." She heaved an impatient sigh. "Look, Richard, I just don't think it's a good idea." "No, that isn't correct. I think it's a terrible idea." "All right. Kalin, you know I depend on your opinion in things like this." "Then take it." "No." In frustration, Richard raked his fingers back through his hair. He glanced around again. They were being ignored. "What I was about to say is, I'd like to know your reason. The man has a point. If we're offering people a chance to join us in our fight for the freedom of everyone,
then why would we deny them a chance to freely choose to join our side? Freedom shouldn't be something imposed on unwilling people. Kalen squeezed his arm. I can't give you a reason, Richard. Yes, it sounds right. Yes, I understand the reasoning behind it. Yes, it would only be fair. Her hand on his arm tightened. But my gut instinct is screaming no. I must trust my instinct in this, Richard, and so must you. It's strong and it's insistent. Don't you do this. Richard wiped a hand across his face. He tried to come up with a reason they should oppose such a thing. He was only beginning to come up with more reasons it would make sense, and for more than the simple need of Anderith siding against the order. Kalen, I trust you. I really do. You're the Mother Confessor, and have had a lifetime of learning and experience in ruling people. I'm just a woods guide, but I'd like a little more reason than your gut says no. I can't give you more. I know these people, and I know they are arrogant and devious. I don't believe Bertrand Chanbor cares at all about what the people want. He and his wife care only about themselves, from what I know of them. Something about this just isn't right. Richard ran a finger down her temple. Kalen, I love you, I trust you. But this is these people's lives. Bertrand Chanbor will not be the one deciding, that's the whole point. If what we have to offer is right, then why shouldn't the Anderith people be able to say yes to it themselves? Don't you think they would then have more invested in the cause than if their leaders choose for them? Do you think it fair we demand their culture be so altered, and tell them it's the right thing to do, and yet refuse to offer them the freedom to join willingly? Why can only the leader choose for all his people? What if the minister wished to join with Jagang? Would you not then want the people to have the chance to overthrow the leader and choose freedom instead? She ran her fingers back into her hair, seeming unable to express her reservations and frustrations. Richard, you're making it sound right, but I don't know. I just feel it's a mistake. What if they cheat? What if they intimidate people, threaten them? How would we know? Who is to watch people say what they want? Who is to watch the fairness of the count? Richard ran a thumb along the silken sleeve of her white Mother Confessor's dress. Well, then, what if we put conditions on it? Conditions to make sure we are in control and not they. Such as? We have 1,000 men here. We could use them to go to all the cities and towns in Anderith and watch the people vote. Everyone could put a mark on a piece of paper, say either a circle to join us or an X not to. Then our men could guard the papers and watch them counted. They would make sure it was fair. And how would people really know what it means either way? We would have to tell them. Anderith isn't that big. We could go to each place and explain to the people there why they must join us, why it's so important to them, and how they would suffer if the imperial order instead takes them. If truth really is on our side, it won't be that difficult to make most people see it. She chewed her lip as she considered. How long? The scouts report the order will be within striking distance in less than 6 weeks. Then we say 4. 4 weeks and the people vote. That would give us more than enough time to go around and talk to people, tell them how important this is. Then, after they vote to join us, we would have plenty of time to bring our army down and use the Domini Dirch to stop Jagang. Kalen pressed a hand to her stomach. I don't like it, Richard. He shrugged. All right, then. General Rybish is on the way. They'll be here before Jagang can reach Anderith. We told him to stay north, out of sight. But we could take our men, capture the Domini Dirch, and overthrow the government here. From what I've seen of their army, it wouldn't take long. I know, Kalen said, frowning in thought. I don't understand it. I've been here before. The army was a formidable force. The people we've seen look little more than children. Richard gazed out the window. With all the lights coming from so many windows, the grounds were well enough lit to see how beautiful they were. It looked a peaceful place to live. Poorly trained children, he said. I can't understand it either. Except, as the soldier at the border, Beata, said, it only takes one person to ring the Domini Dirch. Maybe they have no need to expend their assets to support a big army when all they need do is have a few soldiers at the border manning the Domini Dirch. After all, you would know as well as anyone the vast resources required to maintain a sizable force. Every day they must be fed. That's why Jagang is headed this way. Maybe Anderith just doesn't need to deplete their resources. Kalen nodded. Maybe. I know the Minister of Culture has a long tradition of private backers, moneylenders, merchants, and such. to help champion their goals. Supporting an army is hugely expensive, even for a wealthy land. But I think there's more to it for an army to deteriorate in such a fashion. So what do you think? Vote or conquest? She looked into his eyes. I still say no vote. You know people will be hurt, killed. It isn't going to be bloodless. We may have to kill their soldiers, like Sergeant Beata back at the Domini Dirge. They may be little more than children, but they will resist us taking them, and they will probably be killed. We can't let them keep control of the Domini Dirge. We have to seize those weapons if we are to let our army in. We can't risk our men being slaughtered by those things. But the magic is failing. They rang just over a week ago. People out in front of them were killed. They still work. We can't count on them failing. It's either attack or let them do as the minister suggested, let the people decide their own fate. But even if something goes wrong, we could possibly still use the option of our troops. With what's at stake, I wouldn't hesitate to resort to attacking them if need be. Too many other lives are at risk. That's true. We always have that to fall back on. But there's one more thing we must consider. Perhaps the most important element. What's that? She asked. The chimes. That's why we're here, remember? This business with letting the people decide may work to our advantage with the chimes. She didn't look at all convinced. How? We need to search the library. If we can find what we need to know to stop the chimes, like what Joseph Ander once did, then we can do it before it's too late for magic. You haven't forgotten, have you, about the Gambit Moth and all the rest? No, of course not. And your Confessor's power, and Du Shailu's magic, and the Bond and all the rest. Jagang can easily win without magic. The danger from the Order would only grow stronger. We are just two people like any others, without magic to protect us, to help us. There is no place so dangerous as a world without magic. While we stall for 4 weeks, we may be able to find the information we need about the chimes. And with traveling around to talk to people about voting to join us, that would be the perfect cover to keep anyone from being suspicious as to what we're doing. I think it risky to let these people know magic has failed. Best to keep them on edge. Richard leaned close. Kaelin, the chimes may be the most important part in this. This would buy us time to search. I think we should agree to let the people of Andereth vote. I still say no, but if you want to try it. She pressed finger and thumb to the bridge of her nose. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. Then I will trust your judgment, Richard. You are, after all, the Lord Rahl. But I depend on you for advice. You are also the Seeker. He smiled. But I don't have my sword. Kaelin smiled back. You've gotten us this far. If you say we should try this, then I'll go along. But I don't like it. Still, you are right about the chimes. That's our first responsibility. This will help us search for the solution to the chimes. Richard was relieved that she had finally agreed, but worried about her reasons for being reluctant. With her hand on his arm, they returned to the head table. The minister, his wife, and Dalton Campbell rose. There are conditions, Richard said. Such as? The minister asked. Our men will watch everything, to ensure no one cheats. Everyone will have to vote at the same time, so people can't go to more than one place and vote more than once. They will gather in cities and towns, and each will mark a piece of paper, either with a circle to join into one whole with us, or an X to leave their fate to the cruel fangs of fate. Our men will watch the counting and reporting so that we know everything has been fair. The minister smiled. Excellent suggestions. I concur with every one of them. Richard leaned toward the man. One more thing. That being, all the people will vote. Not just Anders, but the Hakens too. They are part of the land, just as are the Anders. Their fate will be altered by this too. If there is to be a vote, all people of Andereth will vote. Lady Chanbor and Dalton Campbell shared a look. The minister spread his hands, his smile growing. But of course, all people will vote. It is settled then. Chapter 53. Hildemara was livid. Bertrand, you're going to be skinned alive by Jagang's men, and I will delight in watching, my only regret being that you have sealed me to a similar fate. Bertrand lifted a hand dismissively.
Nonsense, my dear. Rather, I've managed to stall the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rall while Jagang draws ever closer.
Dalton, for once, tended to agree with Hildemara. Despite everything else, she was a brilliant strategist. On the face of it, it seemed that if given the choice, the people, the Hakons for sure, would go with the freedoms of Lord Rall's empire rather than willingly submit to the tyranny of the Imperial Order. But Dalton knew, too, that there had to be something behind Bertrand's self-satisfied smile. The man had the uncanny knack of tactical calculation coldly bereft of emotional bias toward his desired outcome, which would corrupt the validity of the equation. Bertrand only jumped if he knew he could span the chasm. He didn't leap simply because he wished to span it. From his vast knowledge of law, Dalton knew there were few weapons as effective in eviscerating an adversary as the simple tactic of delay. He hoped Bertrand wasn't wielding a weapon that would gore them instead of the enemy. "Minister, I'm afraid this could be troublesome. To stall Lord Rall is worthy, but not if it serves no better end than to allow him to inflame the people against the Imperial Order and drive them into the arms of his cause instead. Were that to happen, we would be unable to fulfill our agreements. We would then be at the center of the storm of war." "And Jagang would make an example of us to show others what happens to those who don't deliver as promised," Hildemara added. Bertrand took a swig from the goblet he'd brought with him to the private study. He set down the silver goblet on a small marble tabletop and savored the taste of rum before swallowing. "My dear wife, and my trusted aide, do you both fail to see the simple brilliance in this? We are going to stall them so the Imperial Order can have time to get here. Stall them until it's too late for them to do anything effective. On top of everything else, can you imagine how grateful Jagang will be when we can hand him his greatest enemy?" "And how would we accomplish that?" his wife asked. "A month of this voting business will enable the Order to get the rest of their advance guard in place. They can then take the Domini Dirch at their discretion. Lord Rall's forces, even if he has them close, will be precluded from coming to the rescue of Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor once they lose the people's support. Jagang will be invincible. The Emperor gets a land and the people to work it, as promised, and we are handsomely rewarded for handing it to him. We will have unquestioned authority. No more directors to worry about ever again. We will rule Andereth for life, the way we choose, without worry of opposition." Life for the people of Andereth would go on, Dalton knew. For the most part, the lives of many would be much the same, if poorer, serving the greater good of the Order. There would be the inevitable dislocations and deaths. Some would be taken away to serve the Emperor. Most would be grateful just to live. Dalton wondered at his own fate, if he had not become the trusted chief aide to the minister, and thus by service and by necessity brought into the arrangement. He shuddered to think what might have become of Teresa. "If he indeed honors his agreements," Hildemara muttered. "The Emperor, his forces, having a safe haven immune from attack, will be only too happy to honor our agreements," Bertrand said. "What he promised us in return for the task of seeing to it the people of Andereth work on as they do now is vast beyond our ability to ever spend. To him, however, it is but a pittance compared to what he will gain. We must simply see to it the Order is supplied with food while they conquer the Midlands. He will happily pay as agreed." Lady Chanbur huffed irritably. "But it will come to no good end when Lord Rall gets the people to vote to join with him." Bertrand chortled. "You must be joking. That, my dear, is the simplest part of the whole thing." She folded her arms as if to demand to know how. Dalton, too, was worried about that much of it. "So then you have no intention of actually allowing the vote to take place?" Bertrand looked from one to the other. "Don't you see? We will easily win such a vote." "Perhaps with the Anders," she said. "But the Hakons? You have placed our fate in the hands of the Hakons, who outnumber us many times over? They will choose freedom." "Hardly. The Hakons are kept ignorant. They don't have the capacity to comprehend the issues. They believe the only way they can attain anything, from work to food, even to joining the army, is by our benevolent hand. They believe what freedoms they have, or hope to have, can only be granted them by Anders. With freedom comes responsibility,
not the easy path they would prefer." His wife looked unmoved. "How can you be so sure?" "We will have speakers go before the people, wringing their hands, shedding tears, expressing deep fear for what will become of the people at the mercy of the cruel Daharan Empire, in the uncaring hands of a Lord Rall who doesn't know the first thing about their needs as Hakons, and only cares about his own dark magic. The Haken people will be so terrified of losing what crumbs we grant them, they will shrink from the loaf before them, if we simply make them believe the loaf is poison."
Dalton's mind was already spinning with thoughts of how they might accomplish the minister's plan. The true possibilities, if presented, were only just dawning on him. "We must consider how to frame it properly," Dalton said. "It would be best if we remained completely out of it."
"I thought exactly."
"Yes," Hildemara drawled as she imagined, now caught up in the scheme. "We must appear as if we're looking to the people for direction, rather than the other way around."
"Others will speak the words we craft," Bertrand said as he nodded to her. "We must at all costs remain above it, look as if our hands are bound by a noble adherence to fairness, with our fate in the hands of the wisdom of the people, as if we put that principle and their wishes above all else."
"I have men who would be good at expressing the proper tone." Dalton stroked a finger beneath his lower lip. "Wherever Lord Rall goes, those who speak for us must go behind and deliver the message we fashion."
"That's right," Bertrand said. "A message more powerful, more cutting, more frightening."
Deep in thought, trying to envision all requisite elements of the strategy, Dalton waggled a finger. "Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor will bring swift and unpleasant action, should they suspect such a thing. In fact, it would be best if they never even knew of the things the people are told, at least in the beginning. Our messages must be delivered only after they have gone on to the next place. Let them offer hope. We will come behind and portray the hope of freedom they offer as lies. Frighten people out of such thoughts." Dalton knew how easily the minds of the people could be manipulated with the right words, especially if people were distracted by other matters and confused with contradictions. "If done well, the people will resoundingly approve of us as we at the same time betray them." Dalton smiled at last. "When I get through with them, they will cheer us on to the task." Bertrand took another swig of rum.
"Now you're thinking like the man I hired."
"But when the people reject his offer," Hildemara said, "Lord Rall will no doubt react badly to losing. He will turn to force."
"Possibly." Bertrand set down the goblet. "But by then the Order will have captured the Dominie Dirch, and it will be too late for Lord Rall to do anything about it. He and the Mother Confessor will be isolated, without hope of reinforcements."
"Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor will be trapped in Anderith," she smiled at last, closing her clawed fingers into a fist. "And Jagang will have them." Bertrand grinned.
"And reward us." He turned to Dalton. "Where are the Daharan troops billeted?"
"Between here and Fairfield."
"Good. Let Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor have anything they want. Let them do whatever they wish. We must appear to be most accommodating."
Dalton nodded. "They said they wanted to see the library." Bertrand swept up his goblet again.
"Fine. Let them have the run of it. See what they wish. There is nothing in the library that could be of any help to them."
Richard turned to the ruckus. "Shoo!" Vedetta Firkin yelled. The old woman cast her arms forward, adding physical threat to the verbal one she had already delivered. "Shoo, you thief!" The raven out on the board attached to the windowsill leaped about, flapping its wings, loudly expressing its displeasure with her. She looked around and then snatched a stick up from where it leaned against the wall, ready to hand for propping the next window open. Wielding the stick like a sword, she leaned out the open window and swiped at the raven. Wings outstretched, neck plumage ruffed, feathers on its head lifted like horns, it hopped back and screeched at her. Again she slashed at the big black bird. This time the raven made a strategic withdrawal to a nearby branch. From a position of safety, it delivered a boisterous lecture. She slammed the window shut. Vedetta Firkin turned, and after setting down the stick, triumphantly brushed clean her hands. She lifted her nose as she returned to people business. Richard and Calen had spoken with her when they came into the library in order to put her mind at ease. Richard wanted to ensure her cooperation rather than have her perhaps get the notion that it was somehow her duty to hide books from them. She had responded brightly to their casual and friendly manner with her. "Sorry," she whispered in low voice, as if to compensate for the yelling. She scurried closer to Richard and Calen. "I tacked that board to the sill, and I put seeds on it for the birds, but those vile ravens come and steal the seeds."
"Ravens are birds, too," Richard said. The woman straightened, a little befuddled.
"Yes, but they're ravens. Nuisance birds they are. They steal all the seeds, and then the lovely little songbirds don't come by. I so love the songbirds."
"I see," Richard said with a smile before he turned back to his book.
"Anyway, Lord Rowell, Mother Confessor, sorry for the disturbance. I just didn't want those noisy ravens bothering you like they're apt to do. Best to just get rid of them right off. I will try to keep it quiet for you from now on."
Calen smiled up at the woman.
"Thank you, Mistress Firkin."
She paused before turning away.
"Excuse me for saying so, Lord Rowell, but you have a delightful smile. It reminds me very much of the smile of a friend of mine."
"Really? Who would that be?" Richard asked absently.
"Reuben."
Her face reddened.
"He's a gentleman friend."
Richard showed her the smile she liked. "I'm sure you give him reason to smile, Mistress Firkin."
"Reuben," Calen muttered as the woman started to leave. "Reminds me of Zed. He used to sometimes use the name Reuben."
Richard sighed with longing for his missing grandfather. "I wish that old man was here now," he whispered to Calen.
"If you need anything," Vedetta Firkin said over her shoulder as she shuffled away, "please don't hesitate to ask. I'm quite knowledgeable about the culture of Anderith, about our history."
"Yes, thank you," Richard called after the woman, using the opportunity while her back was turned to give Calen's leg an intimate squeeze under the table.
"Richard," Calen said in a rising tone, "keep your mind on your work."
Richard patted her thigh in acquiescence. It would be easier to keep his mind on what he was reading without the sweet warmth of her so near. He flipped the book closed and pulled another close. He opened the old book of town records and scanned for anything that looked remotely useful. They had not found a wealth of information, but he had managed to find enough to piece together facts that might be useful. Without doubt, the library was proving worth his time, as he was beginning to get a sense of the place that had been missing before. It truly was a library of culture. Because of their attitudes and professed beliefs, Richard doubted that many people had the vaguest idea of the obscure history right under their noses, hiding in plain sight. He was coming to the realization that much of ancient Anderith, before the Hakons, had benefited from direction that eclipsed the development of the people at the time. A benevolent hand had protected them. By the ancient songs and prayers he had found set down, and the later accounts of the way homage was paid to his shepherding protector, Richard suspected it to be the hand of Joseph Ander. Such adoration would suit the man, as Colo described him. Richard recognized much of the miraculous guidance as possibly being the work of a wizard. Without this figure, after he was gone, the people were like orphans, lost without the succor of idols they worshipped, but which no longer answered them. They were bewildered, and at the mercy of forces they didn't understand. Richard leaned back and stretched as he yawned. The old books infused the library with a musty aroma, rather intriguing in a long-hidden mystery sort of way, but the smell was not altogether pleasant either. He was beginning to long for the fresh, sunny air on the other side of the windows as much as he longed for the end of the long-hidden mystery. Du Chaillu sat nearby, stroking a loving hand over her unborn baby as she studied a book with intricate illuminations on many of its pages. There were drawings of small animals, ferrets, weasels, voles, foxes, and such. She couldn't read, but the book full of drawings had her in a constant grin. She'd never seen anything like it. Richard had never seen her dark eyes sparkle so. She was as delighted as a child. Gian lounged nearby. At least the Blade Master did a good imitation of lounging. Richard knew he was simply making himself unobtrusive so he could watch everything. A half-dozen Daharan soldiers strolled the room. There were Ander guards, too, at the doors. Some of the other people had immediately left the library, fearing they might disturb the Mother Confessor and Lord Rowell. A few remained. Spies, Calen had suggested to him, sent to watch them. He had already formed that opinion. He didn't trust the minister any more than Calen did. From the first time the subject of Anderith had come up, her obvious distaste for the place had colored his view of it. The Minister of Culture had done nothing to alter his impression, and had lent weight to Kalen's warnings about the man. "Here," Richard said, tapping the page. "Here it is again." Kalen leaned close and looked. She made a deep sound in her throat at seeing the name. Westbrook. "What this is saying here confirms what we found before," Richard said.
I know the place. It's a little town, not much there from what I recall.
Richard lifted his arm and signaled for the attention of the old woman. She came scurrying back at once.
Yes, Lord Ralph? May I be of assistance?
"Mistress Firkin, you said you know a lot about the history of Anderith."
Oh, yes, I do. It's my favorite subject.
"Well, I've now found several places where it mentions a place called Westbrook. It says Joseph Ander once lived there."
Yes, that's true. It's up in the foothills of the mountains, up above the Narif Valley.
Kalen had already told him that much, but it was good to know the woman wasn't trying to mislead them or conceal information. "And is there anything left there of him? Anything that belonged to him?" She smiled her enthusiasm. Pleased he wanted to know about Joseph Ander, the namesake of her land.
Why, yes, there is a small shrine to Joseph Ander there. People may go and see the chair he once used, and a few other small items. The house he lived in burned down just recently. Terrible fire it was. But some things were saved because they had been taken away while the house was undergoing repairs. Water kept getting in, ruining things. Wind ripped up roof shingles. Tree branches, must have been, broke the windows, and the wind got in there something fierce, blowing the rain in, getting everything wet, ruined a lot of the valuable things of his. Then the fire, from lightning people believe, burned the place to the ground. But some of his things were saved, like I said, because they were out of there while repairs were being made, before the fire. So now those things are displayed so people can see them. See the actual chair he sat in. She leaned down, and most interesting to me, there are some of his writings still intact.
Richard sat up straighter. "Writing?" She nodded her gray head of hair.
I've read them all. Nothing really important. Just his observations about the mountains around where he lived, about the town, and about some of the people he knew. Nothing important, but it is still interesting.
"I see."
Not important anyway, like his things we have here.
Richard was now at full attention. "What things?"
She swept a hand out. We have some of his writings here in our vault. His dealings with others, letters, books on his beliefs, things like that. Would you like to see them?
Richard tried his best not to look too interested. He didn't want these people to know what he was looking for. That was why he hadn't asked for anything specific in the first place. "Yes, that would be interesting. I've always had an interest in history. I'd like to see his writings." He, along with Vedetta Firkin, noticed someone coming down the stairs. It was a messenger of some sort. Richard had seen a number of them, all dressed the same. The red-headed man saw Mistress Firkin talking to Richard and Kalen, so he spread his feet and clasped his hands behind his back as he waited at a distance. Richard didn't want to be talking about Joseph Ander's works while a messenger stood watching, so he gestured. "Why don't you see to him?" Vedetta Firkin bowed her appreciation of his indulgence.
Excuse me for just a moment, then.
Kalen shut her book and set it atop the others she had already been through.
Richard, we need to get going. We have meetings with the directors and a few other people. We can come back.
Right. He let out a sigh. At least we don't have to meet with the minister again. I couldn't take another of those feasts.
I'm sure he will be just as glad we declined his invitation. I don't know why, but the two of us always seem to somehow spoil festive gatherings.
Richard agreed and went to collect Du Chaillu. Mistress Firkin returned as Du Chaillu was getting up.
I would be happy to locate the books and bring them out of the vault for you, Lord Ralph, but I have a quick errand to run first. If you could wait for just a short time, I won't be long. I'm sure you will find the writings of Joseph Ander a delight. Not many people get the chance to see them, but for someone as important as yourself and the Mother Confessor, I would.
To tell you the truth, Mistress Firkin, I would love to see the books. Right now, though, we must go speak with the directors. But I could return afterward, later this afternoon or this evening.
That would be perfect, she said, grinning and dry-washing her hands. It will give me time to locate them all and pull them out. I will have them ready for you when you return.
Thank you so much. The Mother Confessor and I can't wait to see such rare books. Richard paused and turned back to her. And Mistress Firkin, I'd suggest you give that raven some seeds. The poor thing looks frantic. She waggled her fingers in a wave.
If you say so, Lord Rowell.
He stood when the old woman came into the room on the arm of one of his messengers. "Mistress Firkin, thank you for coming." "Well, my, Master Campbell, but don't you have a fine office?" She peered around as if she was interested in purchasing the place.
"Yes, very fine indeed."
"Thank you, Mistress Firkin." He tilted his head, ordering the messenger out. The man shut the door behind him.
"Oh, and look," she said,
pressing her hands prayerfully together under her chin.
"Look at all the fine books. Why, I never knew there were so many fine volumes up here."
"Law books, mostly. My interest is in the law." She turned her attention his way.
"A fine calling, Master Campbell. A fine calling. Good for you. You keep at it now."
"Yes, I intend as much. Mistress Firkin, speaking of the law, that brings me to the subject of my calling you up here." She gave a sidelong glance to the chair. He deliberately didn't offer it, but instead kept her standing. "I had a report of a man visiting the library who was also interested in the law. It seems he made a big to-do." Dalton put his fists on the leather pad inlaid into his desk and leaned forward on them, fixing her with a glare. "It was reported that you took a restricted book out of the vault without authorization and showed it to him." As quick as that, she went from a chatty old woman to a terrified old woman. While what she'd done wasn't altogether uncommon, it was a violation of the rules, and thus the law. Most such laws were only selectively enforced, with violations only mildly punished, if at all. But occasionally people did get into trouble over violating such laws. As a man of the law, Dalton understood the values of laws widely ignored. They ensnared nearly everyone, thus giving you power over people. Hers was a serious offense, just one step below theft of cultural treasures, if he chose to pursue it. She fumbled with a button at her throat.
"But I never let him touch it, Master Campbell. I swear. I kept it in my hand every moment. I even turned the pages. I was only letting him look at the writing of our glorious founding father. I didn't intend—"
"Nonetheless, it is not permitted, and it was reported. Therefore I must take action."
"Yes, sir."
Dalton straightened. "Bring me the book." He tapped his desk. "Bring me the book at once. At once, do you understand?"
"Yes, sir. At once."
"You bring it up here and put it on my desk so I can look it over. If there is no valuable information that might have been betrayed to a spy, I will not recommend any disciplinary action this time. But you had better not be caught breaking the rules again, Mistress Firkin. Do you understand?"
"Yes, sir. Thank you, sir."
She was nearly in tears.
"Master Campbell, the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rowell have been down in the library."
"Yes, I know."
"Lord Rowell asked to see Joseph Ander's books and writings. What shall I do?"
Dalton could hardly believe the man was wasting his time looking over such useless books. He almost felt sorry for the Lord Rowell in his ignorance. Almost. The Mother Confessor and Lord Rowell are honored guests, as well as being important people. They may see any book in our library. There are to be no restrictions on them, none. You hereby have authorization to show them anything we have." He tapped his desk again. "But that book you showed to that other man, that Reuben fellow, I want that book on my desk, and I want it now." The woman was fidgeting, like she was about to wet herself.
"Yes, sir. Right away, Master Campbell."
She scurried from the room, her entire life now focused on retrieving the book. Dalton didn't really care about the book, whatever it was. He simply didn't want the people in the library to get sloppy and start violating the rules. He couldn't have people he didn't trust in charge of valuable things. His cobweb was humming with matters more important than some useless, dusty old book by Joseph Ander. But he had to mind everything, regardless of how minor. He would take a look at the book, but just her bringing it was what mattered to him. Every once in a while it was necessary to throw a bit of fright into people to remind them who was in charge and who held sway over their life. Word of this would spread to others in the household. The fear from this one incident would straighten everyone's back. If it didn't, the next time he would put the violator out of the household in order to make an impression. Dalton sank back into his seat and returned to his stack of messages. Most disturbing of them was the one saying the sovereign was improving. He was reported to be eating again. Not a good sign, but the man couldn't last forever. Sooner or later, Bertrand Chanbour would be sovereign. There were a number of messages and reports about other people dying, though. People out in the country were frightened by strange occurrences. Deaths out of the ordinary. Fires, drownings, falls. Country people, terrified of things in the night, were coming into the city, seeking safety. People in the city, too, were reported to be dying from similar events, and were similarly frightened. Seeking safety, they were fleeing the city and going into the countryside. Dalton shook his head at the foolishness of people's fears. He gathered the reports into a stack. Just before he put them to the candle's flame, a thought struck him. His hand paused. He pulled the sheaf of messages back from the flame. Something Franca once said had given him an idea. They might be of use. He stuffed the reports into a drawer. "Sweetheart, are you still working?" Dalton looked up at the sound of the familiar voice. Teresa, wearing an alluring rose-colored dress he didn't recall seeing before, was sweeping into the room. He smiled. "Tess, darling, what brings you up here?" "I came to catch you with the mistress." "What?" She went past his desk to pause and gaze out the window. A green velvet sash gathered the waist of the dress, accentuating her curves. He envisioned his hands where the sash embraced her. "I was pretty lonely last night," she said, as she watched people out on the lawns. "I know, I'm sorry, but there were messages I had to—" "I thought you were with another woman." "What?" "Tess, I sent you a message explaining that I had to work." She turned to him. "When you sent word you would be working late, I didn't think much of it. You've been working late every night. But when I woke up and it was almost dawn and you weren't there beside me, well, I thought sure you were in the bed of another woman." "Tess, I wouldn't—" "I thought of going and throwing myself at Lord Ralph just to get even. But he has the Mother Confessor, and she's more beautiful than me, so I knew he would just laugh and turn me away. So I got dressed and came up here, just to be able to say I knew you weren't really working when you later lied and told me you were. Instead of an empty office, I saw all your messengers scurrying around like they were preparing to go off to war. I saw you in here, handing out papers, issuing orders. You really were working. I watched for a while." "Why didn't you come in?" She finally glided over to him and settled herself into his lap. She put her arms around his neck and she gazed into his eyes. "I didn't want to bother you when you were busy." "But you aren't a bother, Tess. You're the only thing in my life that isn't a bother." She shrugged. "I was ashamed to have you know I thought you were cheating on me." "Then why now confess it?" She kissed him, with a kiss only Tess could give, breathless, hot, wet. She pulled back to smile as she watched him look down her cleavage. "Because," she whispered, "I love you and I miss you. I just got my new dress. I thought it might tempt you to my bed." "I think you are more beautiful than the Mother Confessor." She grinned and gave him a peck on the forehead. "How about coming home for just a while?" He patted her bottom as she stood. "I'll be along shortly." Anne peeked and saw Alessandra watching her pray. Anne had asked the woman if it would bother her were Anne to pray before the meal. Alessandra, at first taken by surprise, had said, "No, why should it?" Sitting on the bare ground beside her grimy tent, Anne, in earnest, devoted herself to the prayer. She let herself fill with the joy of the Creator, in much the same way she opened herself to her Han. She let the light fill her with joy. She let her heart feel the peace of the Creator in her, let herself be thankful for all she had when others were so much worse off. She prayed that Alessandra would feel just a ray of warm light and open her heart to it. When she finished, she reached as far as the chains would allow and kissed toward her ring finger in fidelity to the Creator, to whom she was symbolically wedded. She knew Alessandra would recall the indescribable satisfaction of praying to the Creator, of opening your heart in thanks to the one who had given you your soul. There were times in the life of every sister when she had quietly, privately, piously wept with the joy of it. Anne saw the twitch of longing as Alessandra almost reflexively brought her own finger to her lips. As a sister of the dark, such an act would be a betrayal of the Keeper. Alessandra had pledged that soul given by the Creator to the Keeper of the underworld, to evil. Anne couldn't imagine there was anything the Keeper could give in return that could match the simple joy of a prayer expressing thanks to the one from which all things emanated. "Thank you, Alessandra. That was kind of you to let me say my prayer before I eat." "Nothing kind to it," the woman said. Simply gets the food down easier so I can get on with my other business. Anne nodded, glad she had felt the Creator in her heart. Chapter 54.
What are we going to do?
Morley whispered. Fitch scratched his ear.
Hush, I'm planning it out.
Fitch had no idea what to do, but he didn't want Morley to know that. Morley was impressed that Fitch had found the place. He had come to depend on Fitch knowing what to do. Not that there was that much to know. Mostly they rode hard. They had all that money Dalton Campbell had given them, so they didn't have to know much. They could buy food. They didn't have to hunt it or gather it. They could buy any gear they needed. They didn't have to fashion it themselves. Fitch had learned that money went a long way toward making up for what a person didn't know. Having grown up on the streets of Fairfield, he did know how to guard his money and how to keep from being cheated, robbed, or tricked out of it. He was careful with the money, never using it to buy flashy clothes or anything that would make it look like they were worth knocking over the head or worse. The one surprise was that no one much cared that they were Hakens, or even seemed to know. They were treated decent by most folks, who thought them polite young men. Fitch didn't let Morley talk him into buying drinks at inns. He knew that would be a sure way to let unsavory people know they had money, and being drunk only made it easier to forget to be careful. Instead, they bought a bottle, and only when they'd set up a camp for the night, somewhere people weren't likely to come across them, did he and Morley get drunk. They did that a lot at first. It helped Fitch forget that people thought he had raped Beata. Morley had wanted to spend some money on whores at one town they went through, but Fitch didn't want to. He finally gave in and let Morley do it, being as the money was his, too. Fitch had waited with their horses and other things outside town. He knew what sometimes happened to travelers coming into Fairfield to visit prostitutes. Afterward, a grinning Morley said he'd watch over their things while Fitch went back and had his turn at visiting a woman. Fitch had been tempted, but the idea made him all jittery. Just when he thought he'd worked up the nerve, he'd imagine the woman laughing at him, and then his knees would get to shaking and his palms to sweating something fierce. He just knew she'd laugh. Morley, he was big and strong and manly. Women wouldn't laugh at Morley. Beata used to always laugh at Fitch. He didn't want to have some woman he didn't even know start laughing at his skinny frame as soon as he got his clothes off. He finally decided he didn't want to risk his purpose or waste any of their money on it. He didn't know how much it would cost to get to where they were going, and feared running out too soon. Morley called him a fool and said it was more than worth it. It was all he talked about for the week after. Fitch had gotten to wishing he'd done it just to shut Morley up. As it turned out, he needn't have worried about money. They hadn't spent much at all, not compared with what they had. The money had helped make it a swift journey. With money, they could trade for fresh horses and keep going without having to care for the animals by slowing their pace. Morley shook his head.
All this way, and here we are stuck this close. I said hush. You want to get us caught?
Morley fell silent, except for scratching his stubble. Fitch wished he had more than a few hairs on his chin. Morley had a beard coming in. Fitch sometimes felt like a kid next to Morley, with his broad shoulders and stubble all over his face. Fitch watched as the distant guards patrolled back and forth. There was no way in except the bridge. Franca had told him that much. And now that he was here, he could see it plain for himself. They had to get across that bridge, or it was over. Fitch felt a strange whispering wind caress the back of his neck. He shivered as it moved on.
What do you suppose he's doing?
Morley whispered. Fitch squinted, trying to see better into the distance. It looked like one of the guards was climbing up onto the stone side of the bridge. Fitch's jaw dropped.
Dear spirits, did you see that?
Morley gasped.
What did he do that for?
Even at the distance, Fitch could hear the men yelling, running to the edge, looking over.
I can't believe it,
Morley breathed.
Why would he jump?
Fitch shook his head. He was about to speak when he saw a man on the other side of the bridge climb up on the stone ledge. Fitch thrust out his arm.
Look, there goes another one.
The man reached out with his arms, embracing the air as he leaped off the bridge out into the chasm. Then, as the soldiers ran to that side, a third leaped to his death. It was crazy. Fitch lay there on his belly, dumbfounded. In the distance, the sounds of men screaming as yet more jumped off the bridge were like chimes ringing. They drew weapons, only to drop them and climb up on the stone walls themselves. Something felt like it pushed at Fitch's back, like his own imagination urging him to take his chance while he had it. The sensation tickled at the back of his neck. He scrambled to his feet. "Come on, Morley. Let's go." Morley followed as Fitch ran back down to the horses, hidden in the trees. Fitch stuffed his foot in the stirrup and sprang up into the saddle. Morley was right behind him as Fitch gave his horse his heels, urging her into a gallop up the road. It was a climb up the switchbacks, and he couldn't see through the trees if the soldiers were getting themselves collected. He didn't know if they would be in such a state of shock and confusion that the two of them could get through. Fitch didn't see that they had any other chance but this one. He didn't know what was happening, but it wasn't likely that guards jumped off the bridge every day. It was now or never. As they came around the last bend, they were racing like the wind. He thought that with the havoc, he and Morley could charge past the last of the guards and get over the bridge. The bridge was empty. There were no soldiers anywhere. Fitch let their horses slow to a walk. It ran chills up his spine, remembering all the men he had seen only moments before. Now only the wind guarded the bridge. "Fitch, are you sure you want to go up there?" His friend's voice had a tremble to it. Fitch followed Morley's gaze then and saw it too. It stuck out of the stone of the mountain, like it was made of the mountain, like it was part of the mountain. It was dark and evil-looking. It was just about the wickedest place he had ever seen or could imagine. There were ramparts and towers and walls rising up beyond the monumental crenellated outer wall. He was glad to be sitting in a saddle. He didn't know if his legs would have held him at the sight of the place. He had never seen anything as big or as sinister-looking as the Wizard's Keep. "Come on," Fitch said, "before they find out what happened and send more guards." Morley looked around at the empty bridge. "And what happened?" "It's a place with magic. Anything could have happened." Fitch scooted his bottom forward in the saddle, urging his horse ahead. The horse didn't like the bridge and was only too happy to run. They didn't stop running as they barreled through the opening in the outer wall under the spiked portcullis. There was a fenced yard for the horses inside. Before they turned the horses loose, Fitch told Morley to leave the saddles on them so they could make a quick departure. Morley wasn't any more interested in lingering than was Fitch. Together they raced up the dozen wide granite steps worn smooth and swayback over the centuries, surely by the feet of countless wizards. Inside it was just like Franca had told him. Only her words of how big it was couldn't match the truth of the sight. 100 feet overhead, a glassed roof let in the sunlight. In the center of the tiled floor stood a clover-leaf-shaped fountain. Water shot 15 feet into the air above the top bowl, flowing over each bigger one underneath until it ran into a pool at the bottom, surrounded by a white marble wall that could be a bench. Red marble columns were as big as Franca said. They held up arches below a balcony that ran all the way around the oval-shaped room. Morley whistled. It echoed back from the distance. "Come on," Fitch said, shaking himself out of his awe. They ran through the hall Franca had told him about and burst through a door at the top of several flights of stairs. They followed a walkway round square buildings without windows and then climbed stairs that followed halfway around a tower to a walkway tunneling under what looked to be a road overhead before they crossed a stone bridge over a small green courtyard far below. At last they came to a massive rampart as broad as a road. Fitch looked out over the right side, between the gaps in the crenellation big enough for a man to stand in. He could see the city of Adendril spread out below. For a boy who grew up in the flat land of Anderith, it was a dizzying sight. Fitch had been impressed by a lot of things he'd seen along the way, but nothing came close to this place. At the other end of the rampart, a dozen immense columns of variegated red stone held up a protruding entablature of dark stone. 6 of the columns stood to each side of a gold-clad door. Above were more layers of fancy stonework, some of it decorated with brass plaques and round metal discs, all of them covered with strange symbols. As they crossed the long rampart, Fitch realized the door had to be at least 10 or 12 feet tall and a good 4 feet wide. The gold-clad door was marked with some of the same symbols as on the plaques and discs. When Fitch pushed on the door, it silently swung inward. "In here," Fitch whispered. He didn't know why he was whispering, except that maybe he feared to wake the spirits of the wizards who haunted the place. He didn't want the spirits to make him jump from the rampart like the soldiers had done from the bridge. It looked like the edge dropped off down the mountain for thousands of feet. "You sure?" Morley asked.
I'm going in. You can wait here or go with me. It's up to you.
Morley's eyes were looking all around, not seeming able to decide on where to settle.
I guess I'll go with you.
Inside, to each side, glass spheres, about as big as a head, sat on green marble pedestals, like armless statues waiting to greet visitors to the huge room of ornate stonework. In the middle, 4 columns of polished black marble, at least as big around as a horse was long from head to tail, formed a square that supported arches at the outer edges of a central dome. There were wrought iron sconces holding candles all around the room, but up in the dome a ring of windows let light flood in, so they didn't need to light the candles. Fitch felt like he was in a place the Creator himself might have. He felt like he should drop to his knees and pray in such a place. A red carpet led down the wing they were in. In a row down each side of the carpet were 6-foot-tall white marble pedestals. Each had to be bigger around than Master Drummond's belly. Up on top of each pedestal were different objects. There were pretty bowls, fancy gold chains, an inky black bottle, and other objects, carved from burled wood. Some of the things Fitch couldn't make sense of. He didn't pay much attention to the things on the columns. He looked instead across the huge room to the other side of the central dome. There he saw a table piled with a clutter of things, and there, leaning against the table, looked to be the thing he'd come for. Between each pair of the black columns topped in gold, a wing ran off from the vast central chamber. To the left it looked like a disorderly library, with books stacked all over the floor in tall columns. The wing to the right was dark. Fitch trotted down the red carpet. At the end, broad steps near to a dozen went down into the sunken floor of cream-colored marble at the center of the first wizard's enclave below the dome. He took the steps 2 at a time, up on the other side, up toward the table before a towering round-topped window straight ahead. A confusion of things were piled all over the table. Bowls, candles, scrolls, books, jars, spheres, metal squares and triangles. There was even a skull. Other bigger objects sat cluttered around on the floor. Morley reached for the skull. Fitch slapped his hand away. "Don't touch nothing." Fitch pointed at the skull, staring up at them. "That could be a wizard's skull. And if you touch it, it might come back to life. Wizards can do that, you know." Morley yanked back his hand. Fingers trembling, Fitch finally reached down and picked up the thing he'd come for. It looked just like he'd imagined it must look. The gold and silver work was as beautiful as anything Fitch had ever seen, and he'd seen a lot of fine gold and silver work at the minister's estate. No Ander had anything to approach the beauty of this. "That it?" Morley asked. Fitch ran his fingers over the raised letters in the hilt. It was the one word he could read. "This is it. The Sword of Truth." Fitch felt rooted to that spot as he held the magnificent weapon, letting his fingers glide over the wire-wound hilt, the down-swept crossguard, the finely wrought gold and silver scabbard. Even the leather baldric was beautifully made, feeling buttery soft between his finger and thumb. "Well, if you're taking that," Morley said, "what do you think I can take?" "Nothing," came a voice from behind them. They both flinched and cried out as one. Together they spun around. They both blinked at what they saw, hardly believing their eyes. It was a gorgeous, blue-eyed blonde woman in a red leather outfit that clung like a second skin. It showed her womanly shape to an extent Fitch had never seen. The low-cut dresses the Ander women wore showed the tops of their breasts, but this outfit, even though it covered everything, somehow seemed to show more. He could see her lean, well-defined muscles flexing as she strode toward them. "That's not yours," the woman said. "Give it here before you boys get hurt." Morley didn't like being called a boy anymore, at least not by some lone woman. Fitch could see his powerful muscles tense. The woman put her fists on her hips. For a woman by herself, with the two of them more than her match, she had a lot of nerve. Fitch didn't think he'd seen many women who could scowl as good as she could, but he wasn't really afraid. He was a man on his own now, and he didn't have to answer to no one. Fitch remembered how helpless Claudine Winthrop had been. He remembered how easy it was to hold her helpless. This was a woman, just like Claudine, no more. "What are you two doing in here?" she asked. "I guess we could ask you the same," Morley said. She glared at him and then held her hand out to Fitch. "That doesn't belong to you," she waggled her fingers. Hand it over before I lose my temper and I end up hurting you." At the same instant, Fitch and Morley bolted in opposite directions. The woman went for Fitch. Fitch tossed the sword to Morley. Morley, laughing, caught the sword, waving it at the woman, teasing her with it. Fitch cut around her back and headed toward the door. She lunged for Morley. He tossed the sword over her head and outstretched arms. The three of them raced across the sunken floor in the center of the room. She dove for Fitch and caught his leg, tripping him. As he went down, he heaved the sword to Morley. She was up and running before Fitch could roll to his feet. Morley shouldered one of the white marble columns, toppling it across the red carpet before her. The bowl atop the column crashed to the floor, shattering into 1,000 shards that skittered across the marble and carpet with a soft, chiming, almost musical tinkling sound. "You two don't have any idea what you're doing," she yelled. "Stop it at once. That isn't yours. This is no child's game. You've no right to touch anything in this place. You could be causing great harm. Stop it. Lives are at stake." She and Morley danced around the opposite sides of another column. When she lunged for him, he shoved the column toward her. She cried out when the heavy gold vase atop the column tumbled and hit her shoulder. Fitch didn't know if it was pain or rage that caused her to shout. The three of them serpentined around the columns on both sides of the red carpet, heading ever closer to the door. Fitch and Morley tossed the sword back and forth between them, keeping her off guard. Fitch pushed over one of the columns to slow her and was shocked at how heavy it was. The way Morley shoved them over, Fitch had thought they would be easy to topple. They weren't, so he didn't try another. She was yelling at them to stop destroying the priceless things of magic, but when Morley toppled the one with the inky black bottle atop it, she screamed. The column crashed down. The bottle tumbled through the air. She dove across the floor, her long blonde braid flying out behind as she hit and slid. The bottle bounced through her hands, flipping up, then hit the carpet and rolled, but it didn't break. By the look on her face, Fitch would have thought it was her own life that was just spared by the bottle not breaking. She scrambled to her feet and charged for them as they went through the door. Outside, Morley, chuckling, tossed the sword to Fitch as they ran along the edge of the rampart. "You boys have no idea what is at stake. I need that sword. This is important. It doesn't belong to you. Give it to me, please, and I will let you go." Morley had that look in his eye, the look like he wanted to hurt her bad. He'd had that look with Claudine Winthrop. Fitch just wanted the sword, but he could see they were going to have to do something serious to stop her, else she was going to cause them no end of trouble. He wasn't about to give up the sword, not now, not after everything they'd been through. "Hey, Fitch," Morley called. "I think it's time you had your turn at a woman. This one's even free. What say I hold her down for you?" Fitch surely thought she was a good enough-looking woman. And she was the one causing them trouble. It would be her own fault. She wouldn't let them be. She wouldn't mind her own business. She had it coming. Fitch knew that since he was doing it for the right reasons, for good reasons, he deserved to be the seeker of truth. This woman had no right to interfere with that. Out in the bright sun, her red leather seemed an angrier color. Her face surely was. She looked like someone had lifted her up by her long braid and dunked her in blood. "I tried to do it his way," she muttered to herself. "I tried to please him." Fitch thought she might be crazy, standing there, hands on hips, talking to the sky. "And what does it get me? This. Enough. I've had enough of this." She forced out an angry breath, then pulled free red leather gloves she had tucked over her double-strap belt, cinching the top of her outfit tight at the waist. The way she drew on the gloves, wiggling her fingers into them, had a frightening finality to it. "I'm not warning you boys again," she said, this time in a growl that lifted the hair at the back of Fitch's neck. "Give it over, and give it over now." While she was glaring grimly at Fitch, Morley moved on her. He swung his big fist to punch the side of her head. As hard as he swung, Fitch thought he was going to kill her with the first blow. The woman didn't even look Morley's way. She caught his fist in the flat of her hand, yanked it around, and in a blink spun under it, twisting his arm around behind him. Her teeth clenched, and she drove his arm up. Fitch was shocked to hear Morley's shoulder let out a sickening pop. Morley cried out. The pain dropped him to his knees. This woman was like no woman Fitch had ever seen before. Now she was coming for him. She wasn't running, but striding with a determination that caught Fitch's breath short. He stood frozen, not knowing what to do.
He didn't want to abandon his friend, but his feet wanted to run. He didn't want to give up the sword either. He blindly groped the crenellated wall behind him as he started backing along it. Morley was up. He rushed the woman. She just kept coming for Fitch, for the sword. Fitch decided he might have to take the sword out and stab her, in the leg or something, he speculated. He could wound her. But then it didn't look like he was going to have to. Morley was closing on her, an enraged bull at full charge. There would be no stopping the big man this time. Without even turning to the onrushing Morley, she smoothly sidestepped, never taking her glare from Fitch, and brought her arm up, ramming her elbow squarely into Morley's face. His head snapped back. Blood sprayed out. Not even breathing hard, she turned and seized Morley's good left hand. With her fingers in his palm and her thumb on the back of his hand, she bent it down at the wrist until Morley's knees were buckling as she backed him toward the wall. Morley was whimpering like a child, begging her to stop. His other arm was useless. His nose had been flattened horribly. Blood gushed from his face. It had to be all over her, too, but with her red leather, Fitch couldn't tell. She backed Morley steadily, mercilessly to the wall. Without a word, she seized him by the throat with her other hand and calmly, indifferently, shoved him backward through the notch of a crenellation out into thin air. Fitch's jaw dropped. He never expected her to do that, for it to go that far. Morley screamed his lungs out as he dropped backward down the side of the mountain. Fitch stood frozen, listening to his friend from the flat place of Anderith plummet down the side of a mountain. Morley's scream abruptly ended. The woman wasn't talking anymore, making any more demands. She was simply coming for Fitch now, her blue eyes fixed on him. He knew without doubt that if she caught him, she'd kill him too. This was no Claudine Winthrop. This was no woman who was going to call him sir. Fitch's feet finally got their way. If there was one thing about Fitch that was better than Morley in all his muscles, it was that Fitch could run like the wind. Now he ran like a gale. A quick glance back shocked him. The woman could run faster. She was tall and had longer legs. She was going to catch him. If she did, she'd smash his face just as easily as she smashed Morley's. She'd throw him to his death, too. Or take the sword from him and cut out his heart. Fitch could feel tears streaming down his cheeks. He'd never run so fast. She was running faster. He flew down steps, falling more than running. He dove over the side of the landing and down the next flight. Everything was a blur. Stone walls, windows, railings, steps, all flashed by in a smear of light and dark. Fitch, clutching the sword of truth to his chest, sailed through a doorway, caught the edge of the thick door with his free hand, and slammed it shut. As the door was still banging closed in its frame, he toppled a big stone pedestal across the floor behind the door. It was heavier than the white marble columns, but his terror gave him strength. Just as the granite pedestal hit the floor, she crashed into the heavy oak door. The impact drove the door open a few inches. Dust billowed up. Everything was still for a moment. Then the woman let out a dazed groan, and Fitch knew she'd been hurt. Not wasting the chance, he ran on through the Wizard's Keep, closing doors, pushing things over behind them if there was anything handy. He didn't even know if he was going the right way. His lungs burned as he ran, crying for his friend. Fitch could hardly believe it had happened, that Morley was dead. He kept seeing the image over and over in his mind. He almost expected the big dumb fool to catch up and grin and say it was a joke. The sword in Fitch's arms had cost Morley his life. Fitch had to wipe at his eyes so he could see. A look over his shoulder showed a long, twisting, empty hallway. But he could hear doors crashing open. She was coming. She wasn't going to quit for nothing. She was an avenging spirit come to take his life in return for him removing the sword of truth from its place in the Wizard's Keep. He ran on faster. Fitch burst out into the sunlight, disoriented for a moment. He twisted around and saw the horses. 3. His and Morley's and the woman's. Saddlebags with her things hung on the fence. In order to free his hands, Fitch ducked his head under the sword's baldric, setting the leather strap over his right shoulder and diagonally across his chest to let the weapon hang at his left hip as it was designed. He caught up the reins of all 3 horses. He seized the saddle of the one closest and sprang up. With a cry to urge them on, he gave his horse his heels. It was her horse. The stirrups were adjusted too long and his feet wouldn't reach them, so he hugged his legs to the horse's belly and hung on for his life as the big animal galloped through the paddock gate with the other 2 horses being pulled along behind.
As the horses hit the road at full speed, the woman in red stumbled out of the keep, blood all over the side of her face. She clutched a black bottle in one hand. It was the bottle from back in the keep, the bottle that had fallen but not broken. He bent forward over the horse's neck as he raced down the road. Fitch glimpsed back over his shoulder. The woman was running down the road after them. He had her horse. She was on foot, a long way from another horse. Fitch tried to push thoughts of Morley from his mind. He had the sword of truth. Now he could go home and use it to help him prove he didn't rape Beata, and that he did what he did to Claudine Winthrop to protect the minister from her ruinous lies. Fitch looked over his shoulder again. She was a lot farther back, but still running. He knew he dare not stop for anything. She was coming. She was coming after him, and she wasn't going to stop for anything or anyone. She wasn't going to give up. She wasn't going to rest. She wasn't going to stop. If she caught him, she'd tear his heart out. Fitch thumped his heels against the horse, urging her to run faster. Chapter 55. Caelan bent over Richard's shoulder and rubbed his back as he sat at the little table. "Anything?" she asked. He swiped his hair back from his forehead. "I'm not sure yet." He tapped the vellum scroll. "But there's something about this. It has more specific information than most of Anders' writing back at the library at the minister's estate." Caelan smiled. "I hope so. I'm going to stretch my legs, check on the others." A sound of assent eased from deep in his throat as he studied the scroll. They had spent 2 days at the library in the estate, going over everything there about or from Joseph Ander. It was mostly his writings about himself, and what he believed to be previously undiscovered insights into human behavior. He went on at great length about how his observations were more relevant to the course of human events than were those of anyone who had come before him. A lot of the reading was accompanied by raised eyebrows. It was almost like listening to an adolescent who thought he knew everything and failed to see how genuinely ignorant he was. One was left to silently read his words, helpless to correct some of the more grandiose declarations that any adult should have long before outgrown. Joseph Ander believed he had the perfect place where he could shepherd people in the ideal life without any exterior forces being able to upset his balanced community, as he called it. He explained that he realized he no longer needed the support or advice of others, meaning the wizards at the keep in Aidendrill, Richard believed, and that he had even come to realize such outside contamination was profoundly harmful because it corrupted the people in his collective community with the evil of self-interest. Not one name but his own was ever recorded by Joseph Ander. He referred to people as a man or a woman, or said that the people built, planted, gathered, or worshipped. Joseph Ander seemed to have found the perfect place for himself, a land where his powers exceeded anyone else's and where the people all adored him. Richard believed Joseph Ander was misinterpreting fear as adoration. In any event, the situation allowed the man to establish himself as an esteemed and celebrated leader, a virtual king, with unquestioned authority over a society where no one else was allowed to display individualism or exert superiority. Joseph Ander believed he had established a blissful land where suffering, greed, and envy had been eliminated, where cooperation replaced avarice. Purification of the culture, public executions, brought this harmonious state of the collective community into balance. He called it burning away the chaff. Joseph Ander had come to be a tyrant. People professed their belief in him and lived by his ways, or they died. Richard squeezed Caelan's hand before she turned to go. The little building wasn't big enough for the others to fit inside. It was only big enough for the little table and Joseph Ander's chair, which, to the horror of the old man whose duty it was to watch over the priceless artifacts, Richard was occupying. The old man didn't have the courage to refuse Richard's request. Richard wanted to sit in Joseph Ander's chair to get a feel for the man. Caelan had enough of a feel for the totalitarian despot. Page 405. Down the pathways, people from the town of Westbrook were gathered. They stared in awe as Caelan lifted her hand in a wave of acknowledgement. Many went to a knee simply because she had looked their way. Soldiers had already brought word of the approaching vote, as they had carried word to many a place. With Richard and Kaelin here, the people hoped to hear them speak on the subject of joining with the Daharan Empire, as most of the rest of the Midlands was. To these people, the Midlands, even though they were part of it, seemed a strange and distant land. They lived their lives in this one small place, most hearing little word other than rumor of the outside world. Daharan guards gently kept the crowd at a distance, while Richard viewed the artifacts of their luminary founder and namesake to their land. Bakatalmana blade masters backed the guards. Richard had told the soldiers to act friendly and be nice. Walking down the path, Kaelin spotted Du Shailu alone, off the path, resting on a bench made of a split log and set in the shade beneath a spreading cedar. Kaelin had come to respect the spirit woman's firm resolution. She seemed to have righteously insisted on coming for no reason other than her determination to help Richard, her husband, the Kaharan to her people. Kaelin, after Du Shailu had helped him that day he fell from his horse, was less dismayed to have her along. While Du Shailu had several times reminded Richard that as his wife she would be available should he desire her, she never made any advances on behalf of herself. In a bizarre way, it seemed nothing more than her being polite. It appeared that while Du Shailu would be perfectly happy to serve and submit in any and every capacity as his wife, she offered services more out of duty and respect for her people's laws than from personal desires. Du Shailu worshipped what Richard represented. She did not worship Richard as such. While Richard found little comfort in that, Kaelin did. As long as it stayed that way, Du Shailu and Kaelin observed an uneasy truce. Kaelin still didn't entirely trust the woman, not when Richard was the object of her attention, duty or otherwise. For her part, Du Shailu viewed Kaelin, in her role as leader of her people, in her magic, and as wife to Richard, not as a superior, but simply as an equal. Kaelin was ashamed to admit to herself that in all of it, she was irritated by that more than anything. "Mind if I sit with you?" Du Shailu leaned back, stretching herself to rest her shoulders against the tree. She held a hand toward the empty spot beside her, granting the request. Kaelin smoothed her white mother confessor's dress behind her knees and sat down. Tucked in between trees, in a little side area of the path, they were invisible to passers-by. It was an intimate spot, more appropriate for two lovers than for the two wives of the same man. "Are you all right, Du Shailu? You look a bit frazzled." Du Shailu puzzled at Kaelin's expression of concern. At last she smiled as she understood its meaning. She took Kaelin's hand and put it against her firm, round belly, pressing the hand flat and holding it tight with both of hers. The woman was getting quite large. Kaelin felt the life move in Du Shailu, felt the child move. Du Shailu smiled proudly. Kaelin withdrew the hand. Kaelin nested her hands in her lap. She stared off at the gathering clouds. This was not the way it was to be. She always thought it would be joyous. "It displeases you?" "What? No, not at all. It's a marvelous thing." Du Shailu's fingers hooked Kaelin's chin, pulling her face back around. "Kaelin, you have tears?" "No, it's nothing." "You are unhappy because I have a child?" "No, Du Shailu, no, I'm not unhappy." "You are unhappy because I have a child and you do not?" Kaelin held her tongue lest she lose control of herself. "You should not be unhappy, Kaelin. You will have a child, some day. It will happen." "Du Shailu, I'm pregnant." Du Shailu put a hand against the small of her back and stretched. "Really? I am surprised. Jian has not told me that you and our husband have been together in that way." Kaelin was shocked to know that Du Shailu would be getting such reports. In a way, she was relieved that there had been nothing to report, and in a way, she wished there had been, just to vex her competition as a wife. "Our husband must be very happy. He seems to like little ones. He will be a good—" "Richard doesn't know. You must promise me, Du Shailu, that you will not tell him." The woman frowned. "Why would I make you such a promise?" Kaelin leaned a little closer. "Because I'm the one who made Richard let you come with us. Because I'm the one who said you could stay with us even after our men came. You had promised Richard you would leave when our men came. But then you wanted to stay with us, and I made him let you, remember?" Du Shailu shrugged. "If you wish it, then I will not tell him. Anyway, you should keep the secret and surprise him in your own time." She gave Kaelin a smile. "The Kaharan's wives must stick together." "Thank you," Kaelin whispered. "But when?" "On our wedding night,
when we were with the Mud People, just before you came along.
Ah, that would be why I did not hear of it. Kalin let it pass. But why do you not wish to have Richard know? He would be happy.
Kalin shook her head. No, he wouldn't. It's going to be big trouble. Kalin lifted the necklace with the small stone. This was given to us by a witch woman to keep us from conceiving a child for now. It's a long story. But for now, we must not have one or we will have trouble.
So then why are you with child?
Because of the chimes. Magic has failed. But before we knew it, well, we didn't know the necklace wouldn't work on the night we were married. The magic was supposed to keep us from conceiving a child, but its magic had failed. This wasn't supposed to happen.
Kalin had to bite the inside of her cheek to help keep the tears back. Richard would still be happy, Du Chaillu offered in a consoling whisper.
Kalin shook her head. You don't understand everything involved. His life would be in great danger if people found out. The witch woman has vowed to kill this child, but more, I know her. She will decide that to prevent future trouble, she will have to kill me or Richard.
Du Chaillu thought it over. Well, soon will be this foolish vote, where people tell him what he should already know, that he is the Kaharin. After that, everything will be all right. Then you could go into hiding to have the baby. The spirit woman put a hand on Kalin's shoulder. You will come back with me, back to the Bakatal Mana. We will protect you until you have the Kaharin's child. We will protect you and your child.
Kalin drew a steady breath to prevent a sob. Thank you, Du Chaillu. You are a kind person. But that wouldn't help. I must do something to get rid of it. Find an herb woman or a midwife. I need to shed this child before it's too late.
Du Chaillu reached out and took Kalin's hand again and put it back over the baby. Kalin squeezed shut her eyes as she felt the child moving. You cannot do that to the life in you, Kalin, not to the life come of your love. You must not. It would be worse. Richard came out of the little building holding the scroll. Kalin, he called. She could see him through a gap in the trees, but he didn't see her on the bench. Kalin turned to Du Chaillu. You gave your word you will keep this secret. Du Chaillu smiled and touched Kalin's cheek the way a grandmother might compassionately touch a grandchild. Kalin knew she had just been touched not by Du Chaillu, Richard's first wife, but by Du Chaillu, spirit woman to the Bakatal Mana. Kalin rose, at the same time putting on her confessor's face. Richard spotted her and hurried over. He looked back and forth between her and Du Chaillu. Finally, he disregarded his puzzlement and showed her the scroll. I knew it had something to do with the word school.
What? Kalin asked.
The Domini Dirch. Look here. He tapped the scroll. It says he didn't fear intervention from jealous colleagues since he was, Richard ran a finger under the words as he read aloud, protected by the demons. Kalin didn't have the slightest idea what he was talking about.
And this is important because...
Richard was reading the scroll again. What? Oh, yes. Well, when you first told me the name, Domini Dirch, I thought it was High Daharan, but I couldn't figure out its meaning. It's one of those tricky, multi-dimensional phrases I've told you about. Anyway, Domini is a word having to do with schooling, as in teaching or training, or more important, controlling. Now that I've seen this other part, it's jogged my mind to the translation of the thing. Domini Dirch means schooling the demons. Kalin could only stare for a moment.
But what does that mean?
Richard threw up his arms. I don't know, but it's all coming together, I'm sure.
Well, all right, Kalin said.
He frowned at her. What's wrong? Your face is, I don't know, funny looking.
Well, thank you.
He turned red. I didn't mean it looks bad. Kalin waved a hand before herself.
No, it's nothing. I'm just tired. We've been doing so much hard traveling and endless talking to people.
Do you know a place called the Ovens?
Ovens?
Kalin frowned in thought.
Yes, I remember the place. It's not far from here, in fact. Up a little higher, above the Narif Valley.
How far?
Kalin shrugged one shoulder. We could be there in a couple of hours, by mid-afternoon, if it's important for some reason.
Ander talks about it in these scrolls. He obliquely mentions it in conjunction with the demons, the Domini Dirch. That was the passage where I put the two together. Richard looked down the path to the group of people gathered, waiting patiently. After we talk to these people, I would like to go up there and have a look around. Kalen took his arm. It's a pretty place. I wouldn't mind seeing it again. Now, let's go tell these people why we need them to mark their circle to join us. The expectant faces were mostly Haken. Most worked on farms around the small town of Westbrook. Like all the people come to see them as they had traveled around Anderith, these people were concerned and worried. They knew change was in the wind. To most people, change was dangerous. Rather than addressing them coldly, Richard walked among them, asking their names, smiling at their children, trailing a hand or a thumb along the cheek of the young ones. Because this was really the way Richard was, because it was sincere and not an act, within a matter of minutes he had a gaggle of children around him. Mothers smiled as he touched young heads, dark-haired and red-headed alike. The worried creases in the foreheads of fathers, too, loosened. "Good people of Anderith," Richard began as he stood among them, "the Mother Confessor and I have come to talk with you, not as rulers, but as your humble champions. We do not come to dictate, but to help you understand the choices ahead of us all, and the chance you have to decide for yourselves what your future will be." He beckoned with an arm, and Kalen gently worked her way through the throng of smiling children to join him at his side. She had thought they might fear a big man like Richard, dressed as he was in a black and gold outfit that made him look all the more imposing, but many pressed up against him, as if he was a favorite uncle. It was the white dress of the Mother Confessor they feared, warned as most in the Midlands were from birth of the Mother Confessor and her power. They made way for her, doing their best not to come in contact with her white dress as they tried to remain close to Richard. Kalen ached to have them crowd around her the way they crowded around Richard, but she understood. She had a lifetime of understanding. "The Mother Confessor and I were married because we love each other. We also love the people of the Midlands and Dahara. Just as we wanted to be joined in marriage so that we could look forward to life together, we want the people of Anderith to be joined with us and the other people of the Midlands, to go with us into a strong and secure future, one which provides you and your children hope for a better life. Tyranny is marching up from the old world. The imperial order would enslave you. They offer you no chance but to submit or to die. Only if you join with us will you have a chance to be safe. The Mother Confessor and I believe that if we join the people of the Midlands and Dahara together, all standing together as one to uphold our freedom, we can repel this threat to our homes and security, and to our children's future. If we timidly submit to tyranny, we will never have the chance to test our wings. Never again will our spirits lift proudly on the wings of hope. No one will have the chance to raise a family in peace, or be able to dream their children will do better, or achieve more. If we do not stand against the imperial order, we will live under the shadow of slavery. Once that happens, we will descend forever into the darkness of oppression. This is why we have come to speak with you. We need you to stand with us, to stand with peace-loving people, with those who know the future can be bright and filled with hope. We need you to join with us and mark a circle to complete our alliance for freedom." Kalen listened, as she had for weeks, as Richard spoke from his heart about what it would mean to join with them in the cause of freedom. At first, the people were tense and cautious. Before long, Richard's nature had won most over. He had them laughing, and then brought them to the verge of tears as he pulled forth their yearning for the freedom to chance greatness by showing them the simple power they could have if they and their children were permitted to learn, to read. At first, this made people nervous, until Richard put it in terms they could understand. A letter written to a parent living elsewhere, or to a child gone in search of a better life. He made them understand the value of knowledge, and how it could make their life better in ways that had meaning to them, with opportunities for better work, or accomplishing more in the work they had. But the imperial order will not allow you to learn, because knowledge is dangerous to oppressors. To those who would dominate you, knowledge must be crushed, because people who understand are people who will stand against the unfairness of the elite. I would have everyone learn so they can decide for themselves what they want. That is the difference. I trust you to learn, to do better, to strive for your goals, simple and great. The imperial order trusts not, but will dictate everything. Together we will have one land with one set of laws that make it safe for all people, where no one man, be he magistrate or minister or emperor, is above the law. Only when all must bow to the same law is every person free. I came into this not to rule, but to uphold the principle of freedom. My own father, Darken Rahl, was a dictator who ruled through intimidation, torture, and murder. Not even he was above the law I hope us all to live by. I took over his rule so that he could no longer abuse his people. I lead free people. I do not rule subjects. I don't wish to tell you how to live. I instead wish to have all of you live in peace and safety the lives you choose for yourselves. I would like nothing more for myself and the Mother Confessor, my wife, than to raise a family together in peace and security, with little need to devote myself to matters of ruling. I would ask you to mark a circle and join with us for your own sake, for the sake of those to come. Dalton leaned a shoulder against the corner of the building and folded his arms as he listened. Director Previtt, from the Office of Cultural Amity, spoke from a balcony above a large crowd in one of the city squares. He had been going on for quite a while. The crowd, mostly Haken, had gathered to hear of the coming events. Rumors were coursing through the city. People were frightened. They had come mostly not to see how they might avoid a calamity, but to see if they need bother to worry about the rumors. Dalton viewed the situation with concern. "Shall you suffer while the special few are rewarded?" Director Previtt called out to the crowd. They answered with a collective, "No." "Shall you be worked to death while the chosen ones from Dahara only grow richer?" Again the crowd shouted, "No." "Shall we let our good works of helping all Hakens rise above their nature be cast aside by this one man? Shall we allow our people to again be led astray by the cruel deception of education?" The crowd shouted their agreement with Director Previtt, some waving their hats as Dalton had instructed them to do. There were perhaps 50 of his Haken messengers in the crowd, dressed in their old clothes, doing their best to pump emotion into the responses to Director Previtt's speech. There were people caught up in the passion of the words, no doubt, but for the most part, the crowd silently watched, judging if their own lives would be altered by what they heard. Most people weighed matters on a scale, with their life on one side and the events before them on the other side. Most people were satisfied with the way things were, so only if the events on the other side of the scale threatened to outweigh or change their lives did they become concerned. Dalton was not pleased. These people, while agreeing, did not see the events on the other side of the scales as much affecting their life. Dalton knew they had a problem. The message was getting out, but it was falling on little more than indifferent ears. "He is making a lot of good points," Teresa said. Dalton hugged her shoulders. "Yes, he is." "I think the man is right. The poor Hakens will only be hurt if we don't continue to see to their well-being. They aren't prepared to handle the cruelty of life on their own." Dalton's gaze moved among the people standing like statues as they watched the director pour out his passion. "Yes, darling, you're right. We must do more to help the people." Dalton realized then what was missing and what he must do. Chapter 56. "No," Richard said to Du Chaillu. She folded her arms in smoldering anger. The way her big round belly stuck out made her pose look almost humorous. Richard leaned toward her and lowered his voice. "Du Chaillu, can't you understand I would like to be alone with Kalin for just a little while? Please?" Du Chaillu's anger faltered. Her frown melted. "Oh, I see. You want to be intimate with your other wife. This is good. It has been a long time." "That's not—" Richard put his fists on his hips. "And just how would you know, anyway?" She didn't answer his question, but smiled. "Well, all right, then, if you promise not to take too long." He wanted to say it would take as long as it took, but he feared what her answer might be. Richard straightened and said simply, "We promise." Captain Meifert, a big, blonde-headed Daharan officer in charge of the troops sent to escort Richard and Kalin to Anderith, didn't like the idea of them being alone any more than did Du Chaillu, but he was more circumspect in expressing his objections. General Reibisch had apparently told the man he could speak his mind to the Lord Rahl, if it was an important matter, without fear of punishment. "Lord Rahl, we would be too far away to respond should you need us. To help protect the Mother Confessor," he added as an afterthought, thinking it might sway Richard's decision. "Thank you, Captain. There is only this one trail up there. Since no one knew where we were headed, no one could be lying in wait. It isn't far, and we won't be gone long. You and your men will patrol down here while Calen and I go have a look." "Yes, sir," Captain Myford said in resignation. He immediately began issuing orders to his men, spreading them out at stations and sending some on scout. Richard turned to the two messengers who had come from General Rybish. "Tell the general I'm pleased with the speed he's making, and I'm pleased to know he believes he can make it before Jagang's forces arrive. Tell him the same orders he already has are still in effect. I want him to stand off." Nearly every day messengers came and went, entering past different Domini Dirch at the border so as to be less noticed. Richard had given General Rybish orders to stay well to the north, well beyond Jagang's screen of scouts, sentries, and spies. If it came to a fight, surprise was one of the most valuable elements the Daharan army could possess. The general agreed with that much of it, but was loath to leave Richard with only 1,000 men in potentially hostile territory. Richard had explained, in the letters he'd written the man, that while he understood the general's concern, they needed to keep his force hidden until and unless they were called. Richard had explained in gruesome detail the horrific and futile death awaiting them at the border if the army tried to breach the Domini Dirch. Until they won the agreement of the Andereth people, they dared not approach their border in force. Moreover, Richard didn't trust Minister Chanbur. The man's tongue was too smooth. Truth didn't wear a tongue smooth. Lies did. The Domini Dirch were a spider's web waiting to claim the careless. The look of easy conquest could be a trap to lure the Daharan force to their death. More than anything, Richard feared all those brave young men being slaughtered before the Domini Dirch, especially when he knew such sacrifice could accomplish nothing. They would die, and the Domini Dirch would still stand untouched. General Rybish had written back, promising Richard that once they were in place to the north, they would charge south without pause, should Richard call upon them, but he promised to stay put until called. "Yes, Lord Rawle," the taller messenger said as he clapped a fist to his heart. "I will tell the general your words." They both wheeled their horses and trotted off down the road. Richard checked that his bow and quiver were secure before he climbed into his saddle. Calen flashed him her special smile as they turned their horses up the trail. She, too, Richard knew, was relieved to be alone at last, if for only a brief ride up a side trail. It was wearing to have people constantly around them. When they held hands, eyes took it in. If they did so in front of people while speaking to them, Richard could tell by the looks that it was news that would visit 1,000 ears before a few days passed. He knew by the unblinking stares that it would be spoken of for years to come. At least it was a favorable thing for people to gossip about. Better they should talk about the married Lord Rawle and Mother Confessor holding hands than something awful. Richard watched Calen sway in the saddle, spellbound by the taper of her body down to her waist, the flare of her hips. He thought she had just about the most alluring shape he had ever seen. He sometimes found it remarkable to think a woman like that would love him, a man who had grown up in a little place in Heartland. Richard missed his home. He guessed those feelings had surfaced because the forest trail up the mountain reminded him so much of places he knew. There were hills and mountains to the west of where he grew up, remote places that were much like the forests and mountains in which they found themselves. He wished they could return to visit his home in Heartland. He had seen remarkable things since leaving the autumn before, but he guessed none held your heart like the place you grew up. When the trail passed near a steep decline affording a view, Richard looked off to the northwest, through gaps in the peaks. They were probably closer to where he had grown up than they had been since he left. They had come across those same mountains into the Midlands, through the boundary while it had still been up, at a place called King's Port. It wasn't very far to the northwest. Despite how close it might be, because of the weight of his responsibilities, home in Heartland was now a very distant place. Besides the responsibility of being Lord Rawle, and having everyone depending on him, there was Jagang, who, given half a chance, would enslave the new world as he had the old. People depended on Richard for everything from the bond that protected them from the Dreamwalker to pulling everyone together into one force to stand against Jagang's huge armies. Sometimes, when he thought about it, it seemed he was living someone else's life. Sometimes he felt like a fraud, as if people were one day going to wake up and say, "Now, wait a minute, this Lord Rawl fellow is just a woods guide named Richard, and we're listening to him? We're following him into war?" And then there were the chimes. Richard and Kalin were inextricably involved with the chimes. They were responsible for the chimes being in the world of life. Even though it was unintentional, they had brought forth the chimes of death. In their travels around Andereth to talk to people, they had heard stories of the strange deaths. The chimes were greatly enjoying their visit to the world of life. They were having a marvelous time killing people. In response to the danger, people had fallen back to old superstitions. In some places, people gathered together to pay homage to the evil spirits loosed upon the world. Gifts of food and wine were left in clearings in the woods or in fallow fields. Some folks thought mankind had violated moral bounds, had become too corrupt, and the avenging spirits had been sent by the Creator to punish the world. Some people left gifts of stones in the center of roads, and piled yet more rocks at crossroads. No one could explain to Richard exactly why, and were annoyed that he would question the old ways. Some put dead flowers out in front of their door at midnight. Good luck charms were in great demand. The chimes killed anyway. The one thing that made the weight of it all tolerable was Kalin. She made the effort of the struggle bearable. For her, he would endure anything. Kalin raised an arm. "Just up there." Richard dismounted with her. Most of the trees were spruce or pine. Richard cast about until he found a young, silver-leafed maple and tied the reins of her horses to a low branch. Tying reins to pine or spruce, or worse, a balsam, resulted often as not in sticky reins. Richard looked up when he heard a snort. Not far off, a horse, its ears perked forward, watched them. Grass hung from each side of its mouth, but it had stopped chewing. "Well, hello, girl," Richard called. Wary, the horse tossed its head and backed a few steps to add to its distance. When Richard tried to get closer, it backed away more yet, so he halted. A creamy chestnut color, the horse had an odd, leggy splotch of black on its rump. When Richard called to it again, trying to coax it closer, it turned and ran. "I wonder what that's about," he said to Kalin. Kalin held out her hand in invitation. Richard took it. "I don't know. Maybe someone's horse has gotten away. It seems to be uninterested in having anything to do with us, though." "I suppose," Richard said, as he let her lead him by the hand. "This is the only way in," she told him, as they walked along the lake shore, around a small clump of spruce. The clouds had been building all day, threatening thunderstorms. Now, as they walked out onto a nub of rock, sticking up at the end of the flat spit of land, the sun emerged between the towering, billowing clouds. It was a beautiful sight, a shaft of warm sunlight breaking through amber clouds, slanting down between the mountains to touch the still lake. Across the way, water tumbled over a prominence of rock, sending up into the warm air a drifting mist that sparkled in the sunlight above the golden water. Richard took a deep breath, savoring the sweet aroma of woods and lake. It was almost like home. "This is the place," she gestured. "Up there, higher up, is the desolate place where the paca plant grows, and the gambit moth lives. These pure waters come from that poisoned area." The air shimmered in the afternoon light. "It's beautiful. I could stay here forever. I almost feel like I should be scouting new trails." They stood for a while, hand in hand, savoring the view. "Richard, I just wanted to tell you that the last couple of weeks, as we've talked to people, I've really been proud of you. Proud of the way you've shown people hope for the future. Whatever happens, I just want you to know that I'm proud of the way you've handled it." He frowned. "You sound like you don't think we'll win." She shrugged. "It doesn't matter. What will be, will be. People don't always do what's right. Sometimes they don't recognize evil. Sometimes people choose evil because it suits them, or because they're afraid, or because they think they will get something for themselves out of it. The most important thing is that we've done our best, and you've shown people the truth. You put their well-being, their safety, before all else. So if we do triumph, it will be for the right reasons. You've given them the chance to prove their heart." "We'll win." Richard gazed out over the still water. "People will see the truth in it." "I hope so." He put his arm around her neck and kissed the top of her head. He sighed with the pleasure of the mountain lake, the quiet. There are places deep in the mountains to the west of where I grew up that I don't think anyone but me has ever visited. Places where the water falls from the rocks high overhead, higher than here, and makes rainbows in the afternoon air. And after you swim in the clear pools, you can curl up on the rocks behind the waterfall and watch the world through the falling water. I've often dreamed of taking you there. Kaylin slipped her arm around his waist. Someday, Richard, we'll visit your special places. As they stood close watching the waterfall, Richard was reluctant to break the spell of the dream, especially to talk about their purpose, but at last he did. So, why is it called the Ovens? Kaylin lifted her chin to point. Behind the waterfall is a cave that's warm. Sometimes hot, I'm told. I wonder why Joseph Ander mentioned the place. Kaylin rested a hand on his shoulder. Maybe even Joseph Ander appreciated a beautiful place. Maybe, he mumbled, as he searched the scene for a sign of why the wizard would have been interested in this spot. Richard didn't think much of Joseph Ander's sensibilities, or that he had a keen appreciation of such natural beauty. While the man spoke at length about the beauty of nature, it was always in regard to the orderly makeup of a society. Richard noted that all the rock of the mountains around them was a peculiar greenish gray, except the rock of the cliff across the lake where the waterfall was. That rock was darker. Not a lot, but it was definitely different. It had more gray than green in it, probably because the grain of the granite had black flecks, although from the distance it was hard to tell. Richard raised his arm, pointing across the lake to the wall from which the water cascaded in a majestic downward arc. Look at that rock, and tell me what you think of it. Kaylin, her white mother confessor's dress glowing in the sunlight, almost looked like Richard's dream image of a good spirit. She blinked at him. What do you mean? It's a rock. I know, but look at it. Tell me what strikes you about it. She looked at the cliff and back at him. It's a big rock. No, come on, be serious. Kaylin sighed and studied the cliff for a time. She looked around at the mountains, especially the nearest to the left a little, the one rising up so prominently from the water's edge. Well, she said at last, it's darker than the rock of the mountains around here. Good. What else strikes you about it? She studied the wall a while longer. It's an unusual color. I've seen it before. She suddenly looked up at him. The Domini Dirch. Richard smiled. That's what I think, too. The Domini Dirch have that same shade of color as that rock over there, but none of the mountains around have it. Her face screwed up in an incredulous frown. Are you saying that the Domini Dirch were cut from this stone, way up here in the mountains, and hauled all the way down to where they are today? Richard shrugged. Could be, I guess, although I don't know much about moving stonework on such a large scale. I studied the Domini Dirch. They looked to be carved of one piece of rock. They weren't assembled, at least the one we saw. Then what? Joseph Ander was a wizard, and the wizards of his time were able to do things even Zed would find astounding. Perhaps Joseph simply used this rock as a starting place. What do you mean? How? I don't know. I don't know as much about magic as you. Maybe you could tell me. But what if he simply took a small rock from here for each Domini Dirch, and then, when he got to where they are today, made them big? Made them big? Richard opened his hands in a helpless gesture. I don't know. Used magic to make the rock grow, or even used the structure of the grain in the rock as a sort of guide to reproduce it with additive magic into the Domini Dirch. I was thinking you were going to come up with something silly, Kaylin said. That actually makes sense, as far as I know about magic. Richard was relieved not to have embarrassed himself. I think I'll take a swim over to the cave and see what's there. Nothing from what I learned, just a hot cave. It doesn't go in far, maybe 20 feet. Well, I don't particularly like caves, but I guess it can't hurt to go have a look. Richard pulled off his shirt. He turned to the water. Aren't you going to take off your pants? Richard glanced back to see her sly grin. I thought I'd wash the smell of horse off them. Oh, Kaylin said in exaggerated disappointment. Smiling, Richard turned back to the water to jump in. Just before he could, a raven came screeching down at him. Richard had to leap back, lest the big black bird hit him. Arms extended behind him, Richard backed Kalin off the rock. The bird cawed. The loud cry echoed off the mountains. The raven swooped down before them again, narrowly missing Richard's head. Gaining height, the bird circled. The air whistled through its feathers as it dove at them, driving them back from the water. "Is that bird crazy?" Kalin asked. "Maybe it's protecting a nest. Or do all ravens behave like that?" Richard had a grip on her arm, ushering her back to the trees. "Ravens are intelligent birds, and they will protect their nest, but they can be odd, too. I fear this one is more than a raven." "More? What do you mean?" The bird settled on a branch and ruffled its glossy black feathers, looking pleased with itself, as ravens were wont to do. Richard took his shirt when she held it out. "I'd say it's a chime." Even at the distance, the bird seemed to hear him. It flapped its wings, hopping back and forth on the branch, looking quite agitated. "Remember at the library? The raven outside the window making such a fuss?" "Dear spirits," she breathed in worry. "Do you think this could be the same one? You think it followed us all this way?" Richard glanced back at her. "What if it's a chime, and heard us, and came up here to wait for us?" Kalin now looked genuinely frightened. "What should we do?" They reached their horses. Richard yanked his bow off the saddle. He pulled a steel-tipped arrow from the quiver. "I think I should kill it." The instant Richard came out from behind the horse, the bird spotted the bow and leaped, almost flinched into the air with a loud squawk, as if it hadn't expected him to resort to a weapon. When Richard knocked the arrow, the bird took wing, fleeing with frantic calls and screeches. "Well," Richard murmured, "wasn't that weird?" "At least we now know it was a chime. The one you shot back at the Mud People's village, the chicken that wasn't a chicken, must have let the other chimes know." Perplexed, Richard shook his head. "I guess." "Richard, I don't want you swimming that lake. There could be chimes waiting in it. It would be foolish to swim while the chimes are loose." "But they seem afraid of me." She put her hand on the side of his neck to keep his gaze. "What if they're just lulling you into overconfidence and want to get you out into the middle of deep water? Can you imagine? Zed told us to stay away from water." She rubbed her arms, looking suddenly chilled. "Richard, please, let's get out of here. There's something about this place." Richard threw on his shirt and then drew her close. "I think you're right. There's no need to push our luck, not after a run-in with that raven that isn't a raven. Besides, Du Shailu would be so angry we got killed she'd have her baby before it was time." Kalin clutched his shirt in her fists. She had a suddenly stricken look. "Richard, do you think we could—" "Could what?" She released his shirt and patted his chest. "Could get out of here?" "I think we should." They rushed back, both now eager to be away from the lake. He helped her up onto her horse. "I think we found what we came for anyway. The rock the Domini Dirch was made from. I think that we need to change our plans." "What do you mean?" "I think we better get back to Fairfield and look through all those books again, in the light of what we now know." "But what about the vote? The places we've yet to visit?" "We were going to have to divide up the men anyway and send them out to watch over the voting and counting and then return the results to Fairfield. We can send them now and have the men speak to the people in each place first. There are men among them I would trust to speak for us. They've heard what we've had to say enough times. We might as well divide them up here and get them on their way while we get back to the estate. Besides, we wouldn't do wrong to see to making sure we convince all the people in Fairfield to vote to join us." Kalin nodded. "Our first responsibility is the chimes. It won't do us any good to win the vote if the chimes kill everyone." Richard's eye was caught by something. He swung down from his saddle and tossed Kalin the reins to his horse. He crossed the grass back to the clump of spruce. "What is it?" Kalin called, eager to be off. Richard lifted a drying bough. "A saddle. Someone's left their things here and covered them to keep them dry." "Probably from that horse we saw," she said. "Maybe it belongs to a trapper or something," Richard said. "But it looks to have been here for a while." "Well, unless you plan on stealing somebody's things, Richard, let's get out of here." When the raven let out a call, Richard hurried back to his horse. "Just seems strange, that's all." As they started down the trail, Richard looked over his shoulder. He saw several ravens circling far up in the sky. He didn't know which one was the raven that wasn't a raven. Maybe they all were. He took his bow from its place on the saddle and hooked it over his shoulder instead. Chapter 57. Dalton gazed out the window of his office as he listened to Stein reporting the number and location of Imperial Order soldiers now stationed as special Andereth Guard troops inside Andereth. The Domini Dirch were as good as in Jagang's hands. Should Lord Rahl bring his forces, if he even had any close enough, toward Andereth, he would quickly be a leader without an army to lead. The Emperor also sent word that he wishes me to personally express, on his behalf, his appreciation for the efficient cooperation he has been receiving. From my men's reports, the minister looks to have done a remarkable job of taking the teeth out of the Andereth army. They will present even less of an obstacle than we thought. Dalton looked back over his shoulder, but saw no smirk on the man's face. He put his boots up on Dalton's desk and leaned back in his chair to clean his fingernails with a dagger. Stein looked contented. Dalton reached over and picked up the useless but valuable little book the woman had brought up from the library, the book once belonging to Joseph Ander. He set it on the other side of the desk so Stein's boots wouldn't damage it. From what Teresa reported to him, Dalton thought Stein should have every reason to be contented, what with the number of women living their daydreams by tattling to eager ears the raw excitement they had found in the bed of the foreign savage. The more outrageously he treated them, the more delighted they were to gossip about it. With the number of women offering themselves willingly, Dalton found it remarkable the man would so frequently still turn his lust on the unwilling. He guessed Stein found the thrill of vanquishing by force more satisfying. Yes, the Andereth army looks real pretty standing there behind the Domini Dirch, Stein grinned. But their false pride will be of little use to them when they must meet the true face of war. We have kept our part of the bargain. Believe me, Campbell, I know the worth of you and the minister. Farming may be less glamorous than conquest, but without food an army grinds to a halt. None of us wishes to take up the pastime of tending the land, but we wish to continue eating. We understand your worth in knowing how to keep the system going. You will be a valuable asset to our cause. And Emperor Jagang wishes me to assure you he looks forward to rewarding such good works once he arrives. Dalton kept the problems to himself. When might we expect his arrival? Soon, Stein said, dismissing further detail with a shrug. But he is concerned about the situation with Lord Rahl. He is leery as to why you would seem to put faith in an outcome so fickle as the voice of the common people. I must admit I share his concern, Dalton heaved a sigh. He still wished Bertrand had chosen a less risky road, but as Dalton had come to learn, Bertrand Chanbur relished the risky route, much as Stein preferred unwilling partners. But as I've explained, Dalton went on, by such tactics we will be able to trap Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor. Without them to lead the enemy forces, the war will quickly fall into a rout, leaving the Midlands a plum for Jagang's picking. And so the Emperor is content to let you play this out. But there are risks involved. Risks? Anything I can do to help? Dalton took his seat, scooting his chair close to his desk. I believe we must do more to discredit the cause of Lord Rahl, but in that there is danger. Mother Confessors, after all, have ruled the Midlands for thousands of years. They have not held sway because they have nice smiles. They are women with formidable teeth, as it were. The Lord Rahl, too, is said to be a wizard. We must tread with care, lest we force them into abandoning this vote in favor of action. If that were to happen, it could ruin the plans in which we all have so much invested. I told you, we have troops in place. Even if they have an army anywhere close, they can't get into Andereth, not past the Domini Dirch. Stein chuckled without humor. But I would be happy to have them try. As would I. The point is, the Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor are here, and they are trouble enough. I've told you before, Campbell, you shouldn't worry about magic. The Emperor has clipped the claws of magic. Dalton carefully folded his fingers together before himself on the desk. You say that often enough, Stein, and as much as I wish to, I find little comfort in mere words. I, too, could promise things, but you expect results that can be seen. Stein waved his knife. I've told you before, the Emperor intends to end magic so men of vision can lead the world into a new era. You will be part of that. Magic's time has passed. It is dying.
So is the Sovereign, but he's not yet dead. Stein went back to cleaning his nails, paying exaggerated attention to them. He seemed undaunted by Dalton's doubts, and went on to try to dispel them.
You will be pleased to know, then, that unlike your beloved Sovereign, the bear of magic no longer has fangs. It is toothless. It is no longer a weapon to be feared.
Stein lifted the corner of his cape, made of human scalps.
Those of magic's talents will contribute to my collection. I take the scalps while they are still alive, you know. I enjoy their screams while I'm cutting it off them.
Dalton was unimpressed by the man's boasting and his attempts to shock, but wished he knew what Stein was talking about when he alluded to the end of magic. He knew from Franca's inability to use her gift that something was going on, but he didn't know what, or more important, the extent to which it was impaired. He didn't know if Stein was telling the simple truth, or an ignorant version of wishful thinking layered over some old world superstition. Either way, the time had come to act. They could ill afford to let it go on as it was. The measure of how far they dared go in showing their opposition to joining Lord Rahl was the problem Dalton faced. It was necessary to take a stand in order to fire people into saying no to Lord Rahl, but a weak stand was as good as no stand. On the other hand, it was far too dangerous to reach through the bars and twist the nose of the bear if it still had its teeth and claws. Dalton wondered if he might be able to press Stein into being more forthcoming. "It sounds, then, as if we have a serious problem." Stein looked up.
How so?
Dalton opened his hands in a gesture of befuddlement. "If magic is no longer a weapon, then the Domini Dirch, in which we all have invested so much faith, is of no use, and all our plans will fail. I would call that a serious problem." Stein took his feet from Dalton's desk and slid the knife back into its sheath. Putting an elbow on the desk, he leaned forward.
Not to worry. You see, the thing is, the Emperor still has control of his Sisters of the Dark. Their magic works for him. From what they've told us, something has happened, though. From what I gather, something of magic has gone awry and caused the power of those on Lord Rahl's side to fail. Jagang has learned that Lord Rahl no longer has magic backing him. His magic is going to fail. The man is, or soon will be, naked to our blades. Dalton was now at full attention. If it was true, that would change everything. It would mean he could implement the full extent of his plans at once. It would mean he could take the necessary action and not have to worry over the repercussions or even reprisals from Lord Rahl. Better yet, Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor would have to place even more of their hope in the vote, while at the same time, Dalton, without fear of their actions, ensured their loss. If, that was, it was true about magic failing. Dalton knew one way he might find out. But first, the time had come for Dalton to pay a visit to the ailing Sovereign. The time had come to act. He would do it that very night, before the feast planned for the next day. As hungry as she was, Anne was not looking forward to being fed. She had long since been staked to the ground and the grimy tent erected around her, so she knew it was getting to be about that time. At any moment, she expected a burly Imperial Order soldier to storm in with her bread and water. She didn't know what had happened to Sister Alessandra. Anne hadn't seen the woman in well over a week. The soldiers disliked the duty of feeding an old woman. She suspected their comrades made sport of their domestic duty. They would come in, grab her hair in their fist, and push the bread in her mouth, packing it in with stubby, filthy fingers, as if they were stuffing a goose for roasting. As Anne tried to swallow the dry mass before she choked, they would start pouring water down her throat to wash down the bread. It was an unpleasant experience, one over which Anne had no control. As much as she enjoyed food, she was coming to fear it would be the end of her. Once, the soldier who came to feed her had simply thrown the bread on the ground and set a wooden bowl of water beside it, as if she were a dog. He seemed proud of himself, in that he had shown her disrespect and saved himself considerable trouble all at the same time. He didn't realize it, but Anne much preferred that method. After he had had his laugh and left, she could flop on her side, squirm close, and eat the bread at her own pace, even if she didn't have the luxury of wiping off the dirt. The tent flap opened. A dark shape stepping in blocked out the campfires beyond. Anne wondered what it would be, stuffed goose or dog eating off the ground. To her surprise, it was Sister Alessandra, bringing a bowl giving off the aroma of sausage soup. She even had a candle with her. Sister Alessandra pressed the candle into the dirt to the side. The woman was not smiling. She said nothing. She didn't meet Anne's gaze. In the dim candlelight, Anne could see that Alessandra's face was bruised and scraped. She had a nasty cut on the cheekbone below her left eye, but it looked to be on the mend. The relatively minor wounds seemed to be a variety of ages, from old and near-healed to freshly inflicted. Anne didn't have to ask how the woman came to be in such a condition. Her cheeks and both sides of her jaw were red and raw from the stubble of countless unshaven faces.
Alessandra, I'm relieved to see you alive. I feared greatly for you.
Alessandra raised one shoulder in a gesture of feigned indifference. She wasted no time in bringing a steaming spoonful of sausage soup to Anne's mouth. Anne swallowed before she had time to savor the taste, such was her hunger, but just the warm feel of it in her stomach was solace.
I feared greatly for myself, too, Anne said. I dreaded those men were as likely to kill me as get the food stuffed in me.
I know the feeling, Alessandra said under her breath.
Alessandra, are you all right?
Fine. She seemed to have retreated to an emotionless place.
You're not badly injured, then?
I'm better off than some of the others. If we get hurt, a bone broken or something like that, Jagang allows us to use our magic to heal one another.
But healing is additive magic.
Sister Alessandra brought the spoon to Anne's mouth. That is why I'm lucky. I've no broken bones like some of the others. We've tried to help them, to heal them, but we were unable to, and so they must suffer. She met Anne's gaze. A world without magic is a dangerous place. Anne wanted to remind the woman that she had told her as much, that the chimes were loose and magic, additive magic anyway, wouldn't work. As Alessandra fed Anne another spoonful, she said, "But I guess you tried to tell me that, prelate." Anne gave a shrug of her own.
When people tried to convince me the chimes were loose, I at first wouldn't believe them either. We have that in common. I would say that as exceptionally stubborn as you are, Sister Alessandra, there is hope you could one day be prelate.
Alessandra, seemingly against her will, smiled with Anne. Anne watched the spoon with a chunk of sausage linger in the bowl. Prelate, do you fully expect the Sisters of the Light would believe you that magic had failed, and that they would willingly try to escape with you? Anne looked up into Alessandra's eyes.
Not fully, no, although I hoped they would trust my word. Having always known me as a woman who values truth, I knew the possibility existed, so great was their fear that, whether they believed me or not, they would refuse to leave. Slaves to anything or anyone, despite how much they abhor it, will often cling to that slavery out of fear the alternative would be insufferable. Look at a drunk, a slave to liquor, who thinks us cruel for trying to get him to abandon his slavery.
And what were you planning in the event the Sisters of the Light refused to abandon their slavery?
Jagang uses their magic the same as he uses yours. When the chimes are banished, magic will return and the sisters will have their power back. Many people will die at their hands, no matter how unwilling are those hands. If they refused to cast off their slavery and leave with me, they were to be killed.
Sister Alessandra lifted an eyebrow.
My, prelate.
We are not so different after all. That would have been the reasoning of a Sister of the Dark as well.
Just common sense. The lives of a lot of people are at risk.
Anne was famished, and eyed with longing the spoon holding the sausage as it hovered above the nearly full bowl.
So why were you caught then?
Anne sighed.
Because I didn't think they would lie to me, not about something so important. Though it would be no reason to execute them, it will make the onerous but necessary task a little easier.
Alessandra finally fed Anne the spoonful of sausage. This time Anne made herself chew it slowly, so as to enjoy its flavor.
You could still escape with me, Alessandra.
Anne said in a quiet tone after she had finally swallowed. Alessandra picked something from the bowl and cast it aside. She stirred the soup again. I told you before that would not be possible. Why? Because Jagang told you so? Told you he is still in your mind? That's one reason. Alessandra, Jagang promised you that if you took care of me, he wouldn't send you out to the tents to whore for his men. You told me that was what he said. The woman paused with the spoon, her eyes brimming with tears. We belong to His Excellency. With her other hand, she touched the gold ring through her bottom lip, the mark of Jagang's slaves. He can do with us as he wishes. Alessandra, he lied to you. He said he wouldn't do that if you took care of me. He lied. You can't trust a liar, not with your future or your life. That was my mistake. But I wouldn't give a liar a second chance at harming me. If he lied about that much of it, how much else is he lying about? What do you mean? About how you can never escape because he is still in your mind. He is not, Alessandra. Just as he can't get into my mind, he can't get into yours for now. Once the chimes are banished, yes, but not now. If you swear loyalty to Richard, then you will be protected even after the chimes are banished. You can get away, Alessandra. We could do our grisly duty with the sisters who lied and choose to stay with another liar and then escape. Sister Alessandra's voice was as emotionless as her face. Prelate, you forget I am a sister of the dark, sworn to the Keeper. In return for what, Alessandra? What has the Keeper of the Underworld offered you? What has he offered that could be better than eternity in the light? Immortality. Anne sat watching the woman's unflinching gaze. Outside, men, some of whom had abused this helpless 500-year-old sister of the dark, laughed and carried on their nightly amusements. Smells, both fair and foul, drifted in and out of the tent. Sizzling garlic, dung, roasting meat, burning fur, the sweet smell of a birch log in a nearby fire, stale sweat. Anne, too, did not flinch from the gaze. Alessandra, the Keeper is lying to you. Emotion returned to the sister's eyes. She stood and poured the nearly full bowl of soup on the ground outside the tent. Sister Alessandra, one foot outside, one inside, turned back. You can starve for all I care, old woman. I would rather go back to the tents than listen to your blasphemy. In her forlorn, solitary silence, in her pain of body and soul, Anne prayed to the Creator, asking that he give Sister Alessandra a chance to return to the light. She prayed, too, for the Sisters of the Light, as lost now as were the Sisters of the Dark. From her place sitting chained in the dark and lonely tent, it seemed the world had gone mad. Dear Creator, what have you wrought? Anne wept. Is it all lies, too? Chapter 58. Dalton rushed up to the head table and smiled at Teresa. She looked lonely and forlorn. She did look relieved to see him, though, even though he was late. He saw too little of her lately. There was no helping it. She understood. Dalton kissed her cheek before taking his seat. The minister only acknowledged him with a brief glance. He was busy sharing a lusty look with a woman at a table to the right of the dining hall. It looked as if she could be making suggestive gestures with a piece of rolled beef. The minister was smiling. Rather than being repelled by Bertrand's sexual indulgences, many more women were actually attracted to him because of it, even if they had no intention of acting on that attraction. It seemed to be a quirk of the female mind that some women were irresistibly drawn to tangible evidence of sexual virility, regardless of its impropriety. It was a visceral whiff of danger, something tantalizing but forbidden. The more some men behaved the rogue, the heavier many women panted. I hope you've not been too bored, Dalton whispered to Teresa, pausing momentarily to appreciate the glow of her faithful affection. Other than his brief smile to Teresa, he was doing his best to maintain his customary placid face, with the fruition of all his work close at hand. He took a long drink of wine, not tasting it, but impatient for its effects to settle in. I've missed you, that's all. Bertrand has been telling jokes, Teresa blushed. But I can't repeat them, not here anyway. Her smile, her mischievous smile, stole onto her face. Maybe when we get home I'll tell you. He mimed a smile, his mind already racing forward to weighty matters. If I get in early enough. I have to get a new batch of messages out yet tonight. Something, he forced himself to stop drumming his fingers on the table. Something important, momentous, has happened. Tantalized, Teresa leaned forward. What? Your hair is growing out well, Tess. It was as long as her present station allowed it. He couldn't keep himself from hinting. But I do believe it may have considerably longer to grow. Dalton. Her eyes were widening as she considered what he could possibly mean, but confusion visited her face too, for she was unable to imagine how the fulfillment of his long-held ambition was possible, given present circumstances. Dalton, has this anything to do with what you have always told me? His sober expression took the rest of her words. I'm sorry, darling. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. I may be reading too much into it anyway. Be patient. You will hear in a few minutes. Best if news such as this come from the minister. Lady Chonbur glanced briefly to the woman with the rolled meat. The woman, as if doing nothing more than minding her table companions, pulled her curls across her face as she returned her gaze to them. Hildemara gave Bertrand a brief, private, murderous glare before leaning past him toward Dalton. What have you heard? Dalton dabbed wine from his lips and returned the napkin to his lap. He thought it best to get the perfunctory information out of the way first. Besides, it would help put into perspective the importance of what had to be done. Lord Rall and the Mother Confessor are working from sunup until sundown, visiting as many places as they can. They are speaking to crowds eager to hear them. The Mother Confessor draws crowds agog to see her, if nothing else. I'm afraid the people are responding to her with more warmth than we would wish. That she recently married has won the hearts and love of many. People cheer the happy, newly wedded couple wherever they go. Country people come from miles around to the towns where she and Lord Rall speak. Folding her arms, Lady Chonbur muttered a curse to the newlyweds, expressing it in remarkably vulgar profanity, even for her. Dalton idly wondered at what obscene attributes she ascribed to him, when he had unknowingly displeased her and wasn't about. He knew some of the colorful invectives she used about her husband. Although some of the staff knew all too well the petulant side of her, the people at large believed her so pure that vituperation could not possibly cross her lips. Hildemara well understood the value of having the support of the people. When she, as Lady Chonbur, loving wife of the Minister of Culture, champion of wives and mothers everywhere, toured the countryside to promote her husband's good works, to say nothing of cultivating their relationship with wealthy backers, she received fawning receptions not unlike the ones the Mother Confessor was receiving. Now more than ever, she would need to play that part well were they to succeed. Dalton took another drink of wine before going on. The Mother Confessor and the Lord Rall met with the directors several times, and I hear the directors have expressed to them their pleasure with the fair terms of Lord Rall's offer, and with his reasoning, in addition to his stated purpose. Bertrand's fist tightened, his jaw muscles flexed. At least, Dalton added, in the company of the Lord Rall they express pleasure. Once Lord Rall left to tour the countryside, the directors, after more reasoned thought, had a change of heart. Dalton met the gaze of both the minister and his wife to check he had their attention before he went on. This is very fortunate with what has just happened. The minister studied Dalton's face before letting his gaze wander back to explore the young lady. And what just happened? Dalton took Teresa's hand under the table. Minister Chonbur, Lady Chonbur, I regret to inform you the sovereign has died. Recoiling with the shock of the news, Teresa gasped before putting her napkin to her face so people wouldn't see her sudden tears of grief. Teresa was loath to let people see her cry. Bertrand's intent gaze locked on Dalton's. I thought he was getting better. It was a statement of suspicion, not that he would be at all against the sovereign's death. Suspicion because he was unsure Dalton would have the wherewithal to accomplish such a thing, and more than that, as to why Dalton would take such a bold step, if indeed he had. Although the minister without doubt privately would be delighted that the old sovereign had vacated his position in such a timely fashion, any hint of his demise, being by other than natural causes, could compromise everything they had worked for just as they stood at the threshold of victory. Dalton leaned toward the minister, not shying from the innuendo. We have trouble. Too many people are willing to mark a circle to have us all joined with Lord Rall. We need to make this a personal choice. between our loving, benevolent sovereign and a man who may have evil in his heart for our people. As we have previously discussed, we need to be able to deliver to our backer on commitments already made. We can no longer afford the risk this vote presents. We must now take a more forceful stand against joining with Lord Rall, despite the risk that course holds. Dalton lowered his voice even more. We need you to take such a stand with the weight of the words of the sovereign. You must be the sovereign, and put voice to those words. A satisfied smile spread on Bertrand's face. Dalton, my loyal and resourceful aide, you have just earned yourself a very important appointment to the soon-to-be vacant office of Minister of Culture. Everything, at long last, was clicking into place. Hildemara's expression was stunned but pleased disbelief. She knew the layers of protection around the sovereign. She knew because she had tried but failed to penetrate them. By the look on her face, she was no doubt envisioning herself as wife to the sovereign, worshipped as near to a good spirit in the world of life as a person could get. Her words profoundly more weighty than those of the mere wife to the minister, a station that only moments before had been lofty, but now seemed paltry and unworthy of her. Hildemara leaned past her husband to gently seize Dalton's wrist. Dalton, my boy, you are better than I thought you were. And I thought very much of you. I never would have guessed it possible. She left the deed unspoken. I do my duty, Lady Chanbor, no matter the difficulty. I know results are all that matter. She gave his wrist another squeeze before releasing him. He had never seen her so genuinely appreciative of anything he accomplished. Claudine Winthrop's end had not even brought him a nod of approval. Dalton turned to his wife. He had been careful. She hadn't heard his whispered words. In her grief, she wasn't even paying attention. He put a consoling arm around her shoulders. Tess, are you all right? Oh, Dalton, the poor man, she sobbed. Our poor sovereign. May the Creator keep his soul safe in the exalted place he has earned in the afterlife. Bertrand leaned around behind Dalton to compassionately touch Teresa's arm. Well put, my dear, well put. You have expressed perfectly the loving sentiments of everyone. Bertrand affected his most somber expression as he rose from his chair. Rather than lifting a hand as he usually did, he stood in silence, head bowed, hands clasped before him. Hildemara lifted her finger and the harp fell silent. Laughter and talking trailed off as people realized something out of the ordinary was taking place. My good people of Anderith, I've just received the most sorrowful news. As of tonight, we are a people lost and without a sovereign. The room, rather than breaking into whispering, as Dalton expected, fell into a stunned, dead silence. Dalton then realized, for the first time really, that he had been born and lived his entire life under the reign of the old sovereign. An era had ended. Many in the room had to be thinking the same thing. Bertrand, every eye on him, blinked as if to hold back tears. His voice as he went on was mournful and quiet. Let us all now bow our heads and pray the Creator takes the soul of our beloved sovereign to the place of honor he has earned with his good works. And then I must leave you to your dinner, as I forego mine to immediately call the directors to their duty. Considering the urgency of the situation with both Lord Rall and Emperor Jagang vying for our allegiance, and with the dark cloud of war hanging over us, I will petition, on the behalf of the people of Anderith, that the directors name a new sovereign this very night, and, whoever he might be, urge that on the morrow that mere man be consecrated as our new sovereign, linking our people directly once more to the Creator himself, so that we can at last have the direction our old and faithful sovereign, because of his age and ill health, was unable to provide. Teresa clutched his sleeve. Dalton, she whispered as she stared at Bertrand Chanbor in wide-eyed reverence. Dalton, do you realize he could very well be our next sovereign? Dalton, not wanting to spoil the sincerity of her epiphany, laid a hand gently on her back. We can hope, Tess. We can pray, too, she whispered, her eyes glistening with tears. Bertrand spread his hands before the wet eyes of the frightened crowd. Please, good people,
Bow your heads with me in prayer."
Dalton, pacing near the door, took Franca's arm as soon as she stepped into the room. He shut the door. "My dear Franca, so good to see you, and to get a chance to talk with you. It has been a while. Thank you for coming." "You said it was important." "Yes, it is." Dalton held out a hand in invitation. "Please have a seat." Franca smoothed her dress under her as she sat in a padded chair before his desk. Dalton leaned back against the desk, wanting to be closer to her, to appear less formal than sitting behind his desk. He felt something under his backside. He saw what it was and pushed the little book of Joseph Anders back on his desk, out of his way. Franca fanned her face. "Could you open a window, please, Dalton? It's frightfully stuffy in here." Though it was just dawn, the sun yet to break the horizon, she was right. It was already hot and promised to be a stifling day. Smiling, Dalton went behind his desk and lifted the window all the way. He glanced over his shoulder, and at her gestured insistence, opened 2 more windows. "Thank you, Dalton. You are kind to indulge me. Now, what's so important?" He came back round the desk to once more lean back against it as he gazed down at her. "Were you able to hear anything at the feast last night? It was an important evening, what with the tragic announcement. It would be helpful if you were able to report on what you heard." Franca, looking distressed, opened a little purse hung round her waist, hidden under a layer of brown wool. She withdrew 4 gold coins and held them out. "Here, this is what you've paid me since I've had the difficulty with my gift. I've not earned it. I've no right to keep your money. I'm sorry you had to call me all the way in here because I didn't return your payment sooner." Dalton knew how much she needed the money. With her gift not working, neither did she. Franca was going broke. With no man in her life, she had to earn a living or starve. For her to return the money he'd paid her was a serious statement. Dalton pushed her hand away. No, Franca, I don't want your money." "Not my money. I've done nothing to earn it. I've no right to it." She offered the coins again. Dalton took her hand in both his and held it tenderly. "Franca, we're old and dear friends. I'll tell you what. If you don't think you've earned the money, then I will give you the opportunity to earn it right now. I told you I can't. It doesn't involve using your gift. It involves something else you have to offer." She drew back with a gasp. "Dalton, you've a wife, a beautiful young bride." No, Dalton said, caught off guard. "No, Franca, I'm sorry if I ever led you to believe I would... I'm sorry if I wasn't clear." Dalton found Franca an intriguing, attractive woman, even if she was a little older and quite odd. Though it hadn't been in his mind, and even though he would not entertain such an offer, he was nevertheless disappointed to find she thought the idea repulsive. She eased back into her seat. "Then what is it you want?" "The truth." "Ah. Well, Dalton, there's truth. And then there's truth, some more trouble than others." "Wise words." "Which truth is it you seek?" "What's wrong with your magic?" "It doesn't work." "I know that. I want to know why." "Thinking of going into the wizard business, Dalton?" He took a breath and clasped his hands. "Franca, it's important. I need to know why your magic doesn't work." "Why?" "Because I need to know if it's just you, or if there is something wrong with magic in general. Magic is an important element to the life of many in Anderith. If it doesn't work, I need to know about it, so this office can be prepared." Her scowl eased. "Oh." "So what's wrong with magic, and how universal is the difficulty?" She retreated into a gloom. "Can't say." "Franca, I really need to know. Please." She peered up at him. "Dalton, don't ask me." "I'm asking." She sat for a time, staring off at the floor. At last, she took one of his hands and pressed the 4 gold coins into it. She stood to look him in the eye. "I will tell you, but I won't take money for it. This is the kind of thing I won't take money for. I will only tell you because you are a friend." Dalton thought she looked as if he had just sentenced her to death. He motioned to the chair, and she sank back into it. "I appreciate it, Franca. I really do." She nodded without looking up. "There's something wrong with magic. Since you don't know about magic, I'll not confuse you with the details. The important thing for you to know is that magic is dying. Just as my magic is gone, so is all magic. Dead and gone. But why? Is there nothing that can be done? She thought it over a while. No, I don't think so. I can't be sure, but I can tell you that I'm pretty sure the first wizard himself died trying to fix the problem. Dalton was stunned by such a thing. It was unthinkable. Though it was true he didn't know anything about magic, he knew of many of its benefits to people, such as Franca's healing. Not only the body, but the comfort she brought to troubled souls. He found this more momentous than the mere death of a man who was sovereign. This was the death of much more. But will it come back? Will something happen to, I don't know, heal the problem? I don't know. Like I said, a man far more knowledgeable about it than I wasn't able to reverse the difficulty. So I tend to think it irreversible. It's possible it could come back, but I fear it is already too late for that to happen. And what do you believe the consequences of an event of this nature will be? Franca, losing her color, said only, I can't even guess. Have you looked into this? I mean, really looked into it. I've been secluded, studying everything I could, trying everything I could. Last night was the first night I've even been out in public for weeks. She looked up with a frown. When the minister announced the death of the sovereign, he said something about the Lord Rahl. What was that about? Dalton realized the woman was so out of touch with the day-to-day business of life in Anderith that she didn't even know about Lord Rahl and the vote. With this news, he now had urgent matters he had to attend to. Oh, you know, there are always parties contending for the goods Anderith produces. He took her hand and helped her up. Franca, thank you for coming and for confiding in me with this news. You have been more help than you could know. She seemed flustered to find herself being rushed out, but he couldn't help it. He had to get to work. She paused, her face inches from his, and looked him in the eye. It was an arresting gaze, power or no power. Promise me, Dalton, that I won't come to regret telling you the truth. Franca, you can count. Dalton spun at a sudden racket behind him. Startled, he drew Franca back. A huge black bird had come in the open window. A raven, he believed it to be, although he had never seen one this close. The thing sprawled across his desk, its wingtips nearly reaching each end of it. It used its widespread wings and its beak to try to help get its footing on the flat, smooth leather covering. It let out a squawk of angry frustration, or perhaps surprise at its smooth and awkward roost. Dalton rushed around the side of the desk to the silver scroll stand and drew his sword. Franca tried to stay his arm. Dalton, don't! It's bad luck to kill a raven. Her intervention and the bird unexpectedly ducking caused him to miss an easy kill. The raven let out a racket of squawking and screeching as it scrambled to the side of his desk. Dalton gently but forcefully pushed Franca aside and drew back the sword. The raven, seeing with its big eye what was coming, snatched up the little book in its beak. Holding tight the book once belonging to Joseph Ander, it sprang to wing inside the room. Dalton slammed shut the window behind his desk, the one the bird had come in through. The bird came for him. Claws raked his scalp as he slammed shut the second window, and then the third. Dalton took a swing at the fury of flapping feathers, just barely contacting something with his sword. The bird, cawing loud enough to hurt his ears, shot toward the window. Dalton and Franca both covered their faces with an arm as the window shattered, sending shards of glass and bits of window mullion everywhere. When he looked, he saw the bird glide to the branch of a nearby tree. It grasped the branch, stumbled, and grasped again, finally getting its footing. It looked to be injured. Dalton tossed his sword on the desk and seized a lance from the display with the Ander battle flags. With a grunt of effort, he launched the lance through the broken window at the bird. The raven, seeing what he was about, took to wing with the book. The lance just missed it. The bird vanished into the early morning sky. Good you didn't kill it, Franca said. That would have been bad luck. Dalton, red-faced, pointed at the desk. It stole the book! Franca shrugged. Ravens are curious birds. They often steal things to take to a mate. They mate for life, ravens. Dalton tugged at his clothes, straightening them. Is that so? But the female will cheat on the male. Sometimes, while he is out collecting twigs for their nest, she will let another male take her.
"Is that so?" he said, miffed. "And why should I care?" Franca shrugged.
"Just thought it an interesting fact you would like to know." She stepped closer, surveying the damage to the window. "Was the book valuable?" Dalton carefully brushed bits of glass from his shoulders. "No. Fortunately, it was just a useless old book, written in a long-dead language no one nowadays understands." "Ah," she said. "Well, there is that much good in it. Be thankful it was not valuable." Dalton put his hands on his hips. "Look at this mess. Just look at it." He picked up a few black feathers and tossed them out the broken window. He saw there was a crimson drop on his desk. "At least it paid with its blood for its treasure." Chapter 59. "The time has come," Bertrand Chanbor, newly installed and consecrated sovereign of Anderith, called to the immense crowd spread out below the balcony, overflowing the square into surrounding streets, "to take a stand against hatred." Since he knew the cheering would go on for a time, Dalton took the opportunity to glance down at Teresa. She smiled bravely up at him as she dabbed her eyes. She had been up most of the night, praying for the soul of the dead sovereign and for strength to the new one. Dalton had been up most of the night, strategizing with Bertrand and Hildemara, planning what they would say. Bertrand was in his element. Hildemara was in her glory. Dalton had the reins. The offensive had begun. "As your sovereign, I cannot allow this cruel injustice to be thrust upon the people of Anderith. The Lord Rahl is from Dahara. What does he know of our people's needs? How can he come here for the first time and expect we would turn our lives over to his mercy?" The crowd booed and hissed. Bertrand let it go on for a time. "What do you think will happen to all you fine Haken people if Lord Rahl has his way? Do you think he would give a moment's care to you? Do you think he would bother to wonder if you have clothes or food or work? We have labored to see to it you can find work, with laws like the Winthrop Fair Employment Law, designed to bring the bounty of Anderith to all people." He paused to let the people cheer him on. "We have been working against hatred. We have struggled against people who don't care if children starve. We have worked to make life for all the people of Anderith better. What has Lord Rahl done? Nothing. Where was he when our children were starving? Where was he when men could not find work? Do we really want all our hard work and advancements to be suddenly wiped away by this heartless man and his privileged wife, the Mother Confessor? Just when we are reaching the most critical point in our reforms? When we have so much work yet to do for the people of Anderith? What does the Mother Confessor know about starving children? Has she ever cared for a child? No." When he started in again, he pounded his fist against the balcony railing to make each point. "The plain truth is that Lord Rahl cares only for his magic. His own greed is the reason he has come here. He has come to use our land for his own greed. He would poison our waters with his vile conjuring. No more could we fish, because his magic would make our lakes, our rivers, and our ocean into dead waters, while his poisonous magic works its way for him to create his gruesome weapons of war." People were shocked and angered to learn such things. Dalton gauged the reaction to each word so that he might hone them for the speeches to come, and for the messages he would send out to blanket the land. "He creates evil creatures so that he may press his unjustified war. Perhaps you have heard of people dying strange, unexplained deaths. Do you think it's some random event? No. It is the magic of Lord Rahl. He creates these vile creatures of magic and then turns them loose to see how well they kill. These deadly creatures burn to death or drown innocent people. Others are dragged helpless by these marauders of the night up to rooftops and thrown to their deaths." Spellbound, people gasped. "He uses our people to hone his dark craft for war. His dark sorcery would fill the air with a vile haze that would seep into every home. Do you want your children breathing Lord Rahl's magic? Who knows the agonizing deaths of innocent children breathing in his careless incantations? Who knows the deformities they will suffer should they swim in a pond he has used to steep a spell? This is what we invite should we fail to stand against this rape of our land.
He would let us die a choking death so that he can bring in his powerful friends to steal our wealth. That is the true reason he comes to us." People were now properly alarmed. Dalton leaned toward Bertrand and whispered out of the side of his mouth, "The air and the water frighten them the most. Reinforce it." Bertrand gave him an almost imperceptible nod. "This is what it means, my friends, to let this dictator loose among us. The very air we struggle to breathe will be tainted with his sinister magic, the water befouled with his witchcraft, while he and his cohorts laugh at the suffering of honest, hard-working people. Ander and Haken alike, they grow rich at our expense. He will use our pure air and clean water to grow his foul things of magic, to press a war no one wants." People were shouting in anger, shaking their fists to hear their sovereign reveal these ugly truths. There was horror, fear, and revulsion, but mostly there was anger. For some, to their disillusionment with Lord Rahl and the Mother Confessor was added the indignation of having been taken for fools, while for some others, their suspicions about such heartless, powerful people were merely confirmed.